Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg could suck dick with that stop and frisk. Bitch, you ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, and get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing about a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to kick us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7-millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank y'all for tuning into another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Shane Krummer, and we're joined with our other host, Lady Che. She's in the background, and I don't think we'll have any guests tonight, but we'll see. And on this season 5, episode 12, episode 12, part 2 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first one is Angelina Castro says FBAs are the only ones who can save Latinos, and we can't be deported. She's kind of right about the we can't be deported part, or not saving none of these groups. The No Kings protest failed because FBAs, aka the Soul of America, was absent. Great news. Great news. Why do people try to remix Juneteenth? Sickening. It's an FBA holiday. It's strictly for us, by us. And these must trying to remix it and make it for everybody. Then we got what Tyler Perry straw controversy can teach us. And BT and DNC forcing Black support on immigration. MAGA influencer brags about snitching on Black TicToc star detained by ICE. What they didn't tell you about the National Guard. Then we got June 15th, which was today currently for the next hour out here. 1963, 3 days after civil rights activist Medgar was assassinated. His funeral was held in Jackson, Mississippi, Masonic Temple, and then if we have time, our annual Juneteenth and Father Day celebration in Denver, Colorado. So those are the topics. Appreciate y'all tapping in. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. All right, Black family, I'm gonna hop right into it once I get this banner, y'all. Okay, here we go. All right, so the first one is from Uncle Phil. Uncle Phil's gonna give us an update on this Cuban Latina who says that we're the only ones that can save Latinos. We're not saving nobody but our damn selves. All right. It's the Q. Yes, because it's live right now. He's gonna come over when he's done. Okay.
Go to his page, like and subscribe.
Yeah, the link to all our channels are in the description. But it's the Q. I just had you up. Sorry, I'm looking for the Q. Okay, here it is. Bear with us. What's the Q on all of this? Here we go. Sorry, I gotta find this video. So Uncle Phil. Scott, what is it? I'll put it in the queue. Hold on. I'll find this damn video. But in the meantime, how's everybody's Juneteenth and Father's Day? Okay, there's the video.
I'm incredibly frustrated.
business. You know, I have this video on the queue already.
So there's this video that's going around with Angelina Castro. This woman, yes, I know exactly what some of you men are going to say. She was an actress, a former actress in a particular movies that some guys like to view. And you can figure that out on your own, but it doesn't matter about what she's had to do in her career. It has to do with what she's about to say here. So you know that many people are reflecting on their particular communities and how they have been treating Black Americans. And she's Cuban. And I want you to hear what she has to say in her reflection of what's really going on.
Única comunidad que nos va a sacar de este hueco se llaman los negros
100%.
americanos.
100%.
African American community is the only community that has the power in this country to change anything. They are the only one with the experience of civil matter. They are the only one que tenían el esclavo ahí mismitico. They are the only one that are not going to get deported anywhere, and you cannot put them all in jail. So African American community, which is the community that is stepped on by Cubans, the most are the only ones that are going to save the Latinos. And I clap for the African American community that has not come out. Because it is not. I do. We didn't do.
I get it. I get it. But I don't.
Me and you support, but in masses, we didn't support anything that was going with them. Latinos look at Cubans specifically. I'm not gonna talk about any other community because I'm not part of that community, even though I'm a Latina with them. Cubans talk shit about African Americans. Cubans did not support African Americans. Cubans think that they all victimize themselves, of this, all of that. African Americans are the only ones that are going to save your asses, Latinos. So you better start kissing. If you're going to kiss some ass in this country, you better kiss some Black ass.
Start off. Angelina, we don't want you to kiss nothing, be honest with you. We don't need that because that can be just looked at as patronizing, and we are so above being patronized. But what she said in the beginning in Spanish, like definitely toward the end when she started speaking English, that basically Black people, Americans, and these other groups are starting to really find that out now. They're starting to find out that we're not immigrants. I didn't really know that they thought we were immigrants. So it made sense to why they said, well, we getting deported, you would be next, because they really thought that we were immigrants. It's like we live in the information age, okay? You really didn't know how America was started. You didn't know about how we built this country. You didn't know about the 14th Amendment. You didn't know about any of that. Like, that's why you kept saying we were next. Like, where are we going to be deported to? Where? I just want to know. So no, we are Americans. Yes, we are. We've been here for a very long time. Now, Angelina here is addressing her community. And I want y'all to notice how they delineate. But when Black Americans delineate, right, when we delineate, that's a problem. Why is it such a problem when we delineate? Why is it an issue about our delineation? See, everybody delineates because she said my community, because she's Cuban. She's not Puerto Rican. She's not Mexican. She's not Guatemalan. She's not any of that. She said I'm a Latina with the rest of them. She said, but they are not part of my particular community. She talked about, in which a lot of brothers and sisters in Miami have said this, that she's not lying about, and that her community, the Cubans that look like her, have been anti-Black, racist to Black people. And that's why I've seen brothers and sisters say, yeah, man, what I said, they can come to Miami and get them out too. And check this out. Trump and them, 500,000 people who are Nicaraguan, Haitian, Cuban, and Venezuelan, they gotta go. So that community is about to really feel ICE very soon. And now they say, oh, well, she said that the Black community basically is the only one that can save the Latinos. No, Angelina. No. You better go talk to Jesus right now. Go talk to Jesus. We not saving you. We have tried our best to help everybody. And Angelina, I'm not saying you. and your friend there. But your community have rejected black people, and it was your community that created the song "I Will Vote for Donald Trump," right? That comes from your community. So y'all got a lot going on. You understand what I'm saying? But more and more of them are starting to admit their anti-black racism. They're admitting like our position, like, hey, they are Americans. They can't be deported. And she say they can't jail them all. No, they can't. It's 43+ million FBAs in this country. They can't put us all in prison. Now, do they have about 2 million of us locked up or so? Yeah, they do. But they're still not all of us. They ain't got enough jails to lock all of us up. And they can't deport us if they wanted to, right? Because we are Americans. We built this country from the ground up. We have not only built it, we innovated. Because they tried to just lessen us. No, my friend. Everything you see in this country, a lot of innovation, patents from the White House to the Capitol to a whole Washington, D.C. itself. We can just keep naming. You wouldn't have NASA. It wouldn't have been for FBA, Benjamin Banneker. You understand what I'm saying? Your Farmer's Almanac wouldn't have that without Benjamin Banneker himself. That's one black man. You wouldn't have a stoplight. It wouldn't be for black men. You wouldn't have a home security system. It wouldn't be for a black woman. We have not only built this country, we have innovated this country. We have invested into this country. We are Americans. Yes, we are. And nobody can take that away from us that we're not Americans. Because some of you other groups think white folks is Americans. No. We are American. And even white folks have to come out and say, yeah, the only group outside of us is black people who are really the Americans here, who have the culture of America. Duh. Right? Other groups are starting to figure that out. No. Angelina, where we at with it right now, I appreciate you. I really do. But y'all, your community has to save yourself. Now, I'm a firm believer, if you ally with me as an individual and you cool with black people as individuals, we'll rock with you. It don't matter what community you come from. If you're Asian, Hispanic, Arab, East Indian, no matter where you come from, even if you're a white person, if you will rock with black people and you are genuine, we will rock with you as an individual. But as just because of you said it and we're going to rock with your group, hell no. No. We learn our lesson from that. We learned our lesson. We've been burned so many times doing that. Hearing someone like Angelina and all of a sudden, yeah, man, let's go rock with the Cubans, and then find out, no, she's a minority saying that. She's not. And then the other woman, when she said, I support, and Angelina said, I support them not coming out. She said, I don't. She said it more than once. She don't support that. She want us to come out there and fight that battle. No, ma'am, I don't know who your name is, but ma'am, we're not coming out to defend you. There's enough Cuban men in your community. Tell them to go out there and fight. Tell them tell them to grab their cojones and get out there and fight. Tell them that. Don't look at black men and women. No. You get out there. See, the deal is these other groups don't like that white supremacy is on their tail now. They thought that was the position for black people, that we the ones supposed to be mass incarcerated, roughed up, treated bad, propagandized all over the world as horrible people. They thought that was the lot in life for us. But now these other groups and Cubans, one of the main ones, and Angelina talked about this, main ones saying victim mentality. Look at Enrique Tarrio, Proud Boy, Cuban, right? The main ones, they have said a lot of horrible things about black people. You guys just being a victim. You guys don't deserve no reparations. A lot of these Cubans have said that. Like, well, okay. Black folks' victim mentality is not going to be your problem. Calling us lazy, that's not going to be your problem too long, because you're going to be back in your homeland. And you ain't got to worry about black Americans. You don't have to worry about FBAs at that point. See how beautiful that is? Donald Trump is going to give you a first-class ticket back home. And you ain't got to deal with no FBAs, because FBAs are not there. 43 million FBAs aren't in Cuba. You're not there. Now, you may have a couple of brothers and sisters that may visit Cuba, but that's one-offs. But y'all don't want to be back in Cuba. You wave them flags, but you don't want to be there. And I recently seen a video out of Cuba, man. I kind of see why you don't want to be there, but that's your homeland. Maybe you should have treated black folks right. You have to understand, none of you other groups would be here if it wouldn't been for the 1964 Civil Rights Act and the 1965 Immigration Act. And they only did that because of what we fought for. Then you have the nerve to come in this country and talk about a victim mentality? You got the nerve to come in this country calling us lazy when you would have had no opportunity to come in this country. It wouldn't have been for us. Yeah. See what happens when you disrespect the people that got you where you at? Yeah, I said it. We got you where you at. I worked hard. I did it on my own. You wouldn't have had no opportunity to do nothing on your own. You wasn't allowed in here, sir or ma'am. It's that simple. Look, as black people, we got to start telling these people, hey, you wouldn't be here unless it wasn't been for us. It wasn't for FBA. Because, we've been humble too long. Like, oh, well, this and that. And they have looked at that as weakness. Sometimes you got to put people in check and let them know what the deal is based on truth, not lies. We're going to tell you the truth. All that, talking about you successful, you wouldn't have been that way in your homeland. The only reason you're here because of us. That's it. And I'm not saying to go kiss our butt like Angelina's saying. No. Just have some respect. Black people got something going on, just support it. We're not telling you come out there and protest. When it say something like, hey man, reparations, yeah, you know what, black people, I support that. Hey, what politician we need to vote for so y'all can get cash payment reparations? You know what I'm saying? Because hey man, that's the least we can do. Is just have some sort of support for it. We're not asking y'all to fight. We're not asking y'all to be on the front line. We're not asking y'all to do anything. Hey, if you're on the city council or something, you're in the Congress or something, you support that way. We ain't asking you to do something that you can't do that costs you for free. Support is free. And you didn't want to do that. You wanted to side with them folks. And now you get to see them folks. See, some of you thought that white classification, especially a lot of you Cubans, you thought that white classification was real. No, that was fake. The real white people, they don't like you. And we've been told you that, but you didn't want to listen. You didn't want to listen. They give you the white classification so they can fluff up their numbers, so they can get more senators and Congress people and more resources funneled to them. They shouldn't even be calling you white. You're not white, but you want to be white. That now you're suffering the consequences of going along with their lies because you're not. You know what I'm saying? So Angelina, I appreciate what you're saying. I rock what you're saying. But no, we can't save you. Only Jesus can do that, right? It's only Jesus. And holler at the men in your community. We're resting. Hey, we like I said, as an individual, we rock with you. But yeah, your community, your community has been way too anti-black, especially the Cubans. They have been way too anti-black, I'm gonna say, to FBAs in Miami. Just trying to shut out black people in business, trying to do all kinds of things to black people. No, you better tell your community to do what they got to do, because now we resting. We are so cool. But I'm proud of black people. I'm proud. You haven't been standing firm. You haven't been coming out when they trying to get you out. They tried to insult you. You didn't come out. Hey, you've been doing good. You standing in what God wants. God wants you to take a break so he can work. And he is working, and it's been beautiful to see.
Yes, I agree, Uncle Phil. So, Lady Check, what are your thoughts on what Angelina Castro said about FBA?
Too late. Been too late. I mean, I've been a flight vacation for like 3 years. Without catching up. Yeah. But it's been too late. It's too late.
It's too late. Apologize.
Way too late.
It's too late. I'm for real. All right, so moving along, we got the dump as in human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear. And he had forced these months to have these No Kings protests, which flopped because FBA was not present. As you can see, I got my FBA flag. And shout out to the extraordinary leaders behind me with their children. Happy Father's Day to all the FBA fathers in the chat and us tuning in. Yeah, we in the building. So I think Uncle Phil's gonna give us an update on now, or Lisa Cabrera 1 and 2.
As you can see, another protest happened, the No Kings protest. Let me just real quick, some video footage from this, and let's just really have a real conversation on why these protests, even though they seem massive, why they just not working. Now, even though you saw there were massive numbers, at least in those videos, a lot of places it was kind of sprinkled, wasn't as big as those. Whether people were paid to show up or not does not matter. A few things that we have recognized with a lot of these protests. A lot of times they're massive. There's a lot of white people in these protests. And we see the police don't even do you anything. The police don't rough you up. The police don't beat you down. The police don't shoot you in the face with rubber bullets. The police aren't mass arresting you, aren't doing anything like that. They're letting you protest and just go back home to your house. That's one thing we have noticed repeatedly about these protests. We know the moment that we step foot out there, it's on and popping. We know when we step foot out there, we are the human shields. And then everybody else behind us just throwing rocks, stealing, looting, and then we get blamed for it. We say that black people are violent, black people are thieves, black people looting. This is black people's culture. What about black on black crime? What about black single mothers? What about black people's education? What about black people in prison? See, when we remove ourselves from the situation, none of that's coming up. They can't blame us for anything. And this is why a lot of people are frustrated who want us out there, is that now the spotlight is on you and yours, not on ours. Why we should go sign up to get beat down and arrested and propagandized? They use that footage to propagandize us throughout the world. This is why people in other countries say, well, I was told to stay away from black people because on the news, we see all these images. Who putting out the images? Who putting out the propaganda? The folks. So they could demonize us throughout the world. They do that. So instead of giving them footage, we don't have to, right? We are arresting. We have failed back. But the reason why they keep on trying to tell us, why don't y'all come out? Why don't y'all come out? The main reason why they really want us to come out outside of all that I just said is that none of these protests has the soul of America. We know Joe Biden talked about that, but them folks don't have no soul. You can say it, but you just don't have it. We are the soul of America. We are the salt of America. If you remove us, which we have removed ourselves, you have something unseasoned and bland. All these other groups know this. They may not articulating it how I'm articulating it, but they know without us, it don't work. Sure, they have a massive number, but it's weak. It has no substance. It doesn't go anywhere. They have what you call quantity, but we make it have quality. We make it have meaning. We get global attention on anything that we're doing. Even in our negativity, people want to follow. You understand? Anything we do is a trend, no matter what it is. Whether it's something that we thought of that has a lot of ingenuity, or something we thought of that just something we do coming out our house and we just wearing it outside. Everything we do is a trend. People say, what are black people doing? What are they saying? What do they listen to? What do they follow? Because we are the soul of America. And the most biblical thing that we have done is remove ourselves and say we're sitting at home, we're resting. You understand? We're staying out the way and let the Lord work. And have y'all seen, ever since we have done that, other groups now are having to face their community demons. They're having to face their anti-Black racism that they have in their community. They're having to ask why Black people won't come out, why Black people are saying things they're saying online about us. And they're having to admit, yeah, you know, Black people are right. They're 100% right. Yes, we are doing this, we are saying this. And let me tell you something about the folks, because some of the folks, I've been seeing some of them kind of giving themselves a pat on the back about that protest. Oh, a lot of us was out there. Yeah, a lot of you will easily go out there because it doesn't cost you anything. See, you go out there with your dog and your husband and your kids, and you'll take pictures that you were there, and you try to use that to other people and say, hey, you know, I was at this protest because I was against the discrimination. I was against this, I was against that. Yeah, but here's the problem. You're willing to do something as long as it don't cost you nothing. As long as it doesn't cost your comfort, you'll do it. As long as it doesn't cost your privilege, you'll do it. As long as it doesn't shrink the wealth gap, you'll do it. Trust me, I know you. These other groups don't know you, but I know you. What you do is performative. That's all it is for you. It's something to go do on a Saturday. You understand what I'm saying? Because if you were really serious, you would be the main one because you the one owe it. Cash payment reparations. If you're not supporting cash payment reparations, I don't want to hear nothing you got to say. Because when Donald Trump and Elon Musk and them started Doge and they started talking about all the billions of dollars y'all were giving out to people for stupidity in this country and all these foreigners, I'm like, oh, hell no. We need our reparations. This country got it. And if any of them saying no to reparations, then they nothing but an anti-Black racist that don't want Black people to have anything. And these other groups, you have said no to, and we have played that here. You said no. Okay? My issue is this. We as Black folks don't even need to get off our square. You want to do something? I'm here. So well, Vince, we can't sit out for a long time. We ain't sat out long enough. We ain't sat out even a year. No, don't listen. Do not get weary and rest. Rest. Stop. You don't have to do anything. These other groups have never reciprocated. These other groups don't even support reparations. Let me tell you something. Let's talk about the Latinos in California. With the California Reparations Commission, Latinos, you could have supported that. Asians and anybody else, you didn't have to go out there and do nothing. All you could have said is, yeah, Black Americans need to get their reparations. It's not even a lot of Black Americans in California. We say, but Black Americans need to get their reparations in the form of cash payments. I support that. And if y'all would have done that, Latinos, in California, if y'all done that one gesture, Black folks in California be with you. Actually, Black folks all over the country would be with you because they say, hey, man, the Mexicans in California, they down, man. It's truly Black and brown. See, what y'all didn't bank on. Y'all didn't bank on them folks to turn against you. You thought they always gonna listen. What we're doing right now is almost like a little example if we wasn't in America. It's just a small example, right? The folks have an oppressive nature, okay? It's oppressive. They will oppress their own people, okay? So since that's part of the culture is oppressing each other, they've done it in Europe, it's European history. You can go look it up. They can't do it to Black people out there because, hey, if we're there, they can do it. Well, who's the next person in line they're going to do it to? They're not going to really do it to white people. They're going to do it to you because you're there. They're trained on go after the first person to have any kind of melanin in their skin. And now you're starting to find out the hard way about these people. You're starting to find out. And I know a lot of you really don't like the folks. I know you don't. But you rather side with them because they give you your little jobs and give you a lot of little under the table money. So that's why you're with them. And so you want to make good with them. So you'll be against the Blacks, right? But see what happens when you're against the Blacks? You see what happens? We know these people. These people are not your friend. They will turn on you just like that and won't think twice about it. Then within your own community, because y'all know y'all delineate, within your own community, you're talking about which group within your Hispanic community has sold you out, and that's something y'all got to deal with. That's not my issue, and that's not really my problem. You know, if I'm going to deal with anything, we're going to deal with FBAs, and I'll discuss the diaspora. Now, some people don't talk about the diaspora, but I do. and they don't have to talk about that, you know, because I think more international and global. Some people only think domestic, and that's okay. That's quite okay. But I'm one that want to work with those who want to work with me and who on like mine. And there's plenty of people I've talked to in the diaspora that support reparations, because if we get reparations, the diaspora will get reparations. That's just the way it works. That's the way it's going to work. I'm telling you, it's going to work like that. Now, Black people, let me tell you something else. You need to continue to remove yourself from everything, because when something is missing, it creates what you would say absence make the heart grow fonder. These people, let me tell you something, it is baffling people what we're doing. Like everybody, even the white supremacists, like, hold on. What are they doing? What? Like, they don't care. We're being racist. They don't care. They're laughing about it. They're enjoying themselves. We do this. They're not protesting. We're saying the N-word now with a hard R. And they just like, well, whatever. They don't care. What is going on? Who are these Black people? Who are they? I don't know them anymore. That's starting to kind of scare me, because they become too unpredictable for me. See, before I had them like just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I knew exactly what they're going to do. Now I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know what they're planning. I hear what they're saying on social media. I hear it, but we fully don't know who made this decision. Did they have a meeting? Who's the leader of this? Like what? Like what? They moving different. They're actually turning against their leaders that we have selected for them. Like what is going on? They're not voting just Democrat blindly anymore. Like, cause we knew that's what they'll do. What's going on? The Democrat Party's in shambles right now because Black people have said, yeah, we good. Notice how things are falling apart. The Democrat Party they got LGBT still, they got immigrants, they got all that stuff they fight for, abortion, right? But notice when we're not around, everything fall apart because we are the soul of America. We have been the glue that has held this country together. When the folks is running rampant without us around and without us holding things up and actually stopping them from destroying the country and even destroying themselves, that's what they're missing. And they say, oh my God, Trump is just going crazy. Trump is a tyrant. What is going on? It's because the soul of America is not there. And when you have no soul, destruction happens very, very quick. See, you other groups are dealing with the weight of America that you have never dealt with before. See, when we was always on the forefront, you had it good because you could just go back to your home and you never had to be attacked. You never had to be incarcerated. You never were beat up like that. Not like we were, but now you other groups are starting to see, even the folks are starting to see the weight of what America really is. And have y'all noticed, Black people, ever since we've been doing this, how at peace we have been? You notice that? We've been at so much peace. We ain't been tripping about much. We ain't been angry about a whole lot. Sure, we advocating for our reparations. Sure, we advocating for what we need to, as we should, because we have a Black community that we still need to fight for. Oh, we're fighting, but we're fighting for our community. We're fighting for us for a change. We still fighting. We're fighting for us. We're building up us. We're edifying us, period. Because we have poured too much into other groups at this point. And they have to reciprocate. They have to reciprocate. They owe a debt. Yeah, you owe a debt, because for you to even come to this country, it was because of my ancestors, the Civil Rights Bill. Okay, them folks, they want none of you here if you wasn't European. Then the 65 immigration bill, which was Dr. King was there when that was being signed. You wouldn't be allowed to come here to have this better life that you come over here for if it wouldn't been for my ancestors. Then you had the nerve to come in this country and then disrespect Black Americans, side with the people that terrorized us and still terrorizing us to this day. And then you think we're gonna come out there and be behind you, and then we still try to help you, and you still was having anti-Black racism to the point now you haven't admitted that you got a problem. No, Black folks don't owe nobody nothing. Don't you let any of these people say, you can't just stay in the house. Yeah, we can. Yes, we can. We don't have to shop with people we don't want to shop with. We don't have to entertain nobody. No. Y'all are on your own now. Y'all need to really see how it feels without black people for a time. And y'all crying and complaining now. Trump haven't even been in office. Well, I guess it'd be 6 months here at the end of this month. This man ain't been in office a year. Can y'all imagine how y'all gonna be? And let's think about Trump. Let's talk about him for a minute. Notice he's not really messing with black Americans like that. He's really not. He messing with everybody else, but he's not really messing with us. Yeah, he is. He's taking it. No, he's not. Because Trump can't do nothing to us that haven't been done already. He's not messing with us. And I know a lot of you can't figure that part out either. Why Trump ain't really getting at them? See, as long as if Trump was doing all this to us, all you other groups would be happy about it. You'd be cheering it on. Yeah, that the blacks, they criminals. The blacks are lazy. The blacks. Oh, you be cheering it on. But now it's your turn to get some of this white supremacy. And you're not liking it. Black people continue to stay in your house. Stay out the way. Enjoy yourself. Go to Universal Studios, Disney. Take trips with your family. Take a cruise. Don't fight on the cruise, though. Black people who go in and fight on cruises. My daughter just come back from a cruise. She said three of y'all was fighting. Lord, why you got to fight? See, I'm the type of person, they need to raise the prices because to keep certain people out. I love my people, but certain people I don't want to be around in my community. Stop fighting on the cruise ship. Because you're trying to make us a stereotype, and I can't stand that crap. See, we got a lot of inner community things we need to fix, like that crap, like that. Instead of worrying about other groups and what they got going on. But black people stay put. Stay put. It is biblical. Because see, sometimes God can't do certain things with his people in the way. You understand? Didn't God come to Lot and them and say, hey, get your family and get out of Sodom and Gomorrah. Yeah. Because I'm going to destroy this place. Didn't he say that? Didn't he tell the children of Israel, stay in the house, put the blood of the lamb over the door, and if the death angel come by and see that, he gonna leave you alone. But he told them stay in the house. So it's biblical of staying in the house as a group and letting God work. I'm preaching on this Sunday, right? Sometimes you got to move out the way. You done done enough. You done sacrificed. You have died. You've been beaten. You've been pepper sprayed. You've been shot with rubber bullets. You have been propagandized. You have been ostracized. You have been mass incarcerated. You have been disrespected by all. Now it's your time to move out the way and let God work. And that's what we're doing as a community. That's right. We ain't harming nobody. We're not advocating for anything to happen to nobody, but we're staying in our homes, and it's been a beautiful thing. See, you should have done right by God's children, and maybe this wouldn't have happened. But you sided with those who had a history of enslavement, colonization, bloodthirsty, dropping bombs on people. That's the people you side with the people who even destabilized your countries. Those of you in Latin America, who destabilized your countries? Was it Black Americans? No, it's the people you came over here siding with, and you really thought those people was going to be your friend in the end? Please, they destabilized your homelands. They never was your friend. But, you know, some of you thought that you can link up with them and you got a rude awakening. Yep, so we have no pity, no sorrow, none of that for these illegals. And now they want us to come to their rescue. Hell to the no. So moving along, we got why do people try to remix Juneteenth? So Juneteenth is an FBA holiday. Only an FBA holiday. It's supposed to celebrate the emancipation of our people, our freedmen, down in Galveston, when General Sherman failed order finally reached them 2 years later. And the celebration has been celebrated all over the country for decades.
Here in Denver, we've been celebrating Juneteenth since the 1960s. So over 60 years we've been celebrating Juneteenth here, and now it's only a day as opposed to a whole week. But Tariq's gonna give us an update on why people think they can remix Juneteenth, mainly these tethers.
Subscribe. Darling Radio, like and subscribe.
We're in here deep as we always are. Family, y'all know what I saw. Y'all know Juneteenth is coming up. Juneteenth is coming up. And have y'all been noticing a lot of these events that's happening where people are co-opting Juneteenth and they're really trying to Africanize it? They're trying to Caribbeanize Juneteenth. I saw something, and I'm going to look at it. It's on my Twitter. It's a flyer. I'm gonna read the flyer off. I want to be very accurate. I want to read this thing. Let me look at my Twitter. Yeah, this is getting damn ridiculous. This thing said, hold on, where is it? They're having Afro-teenth, the downtown takeover. This is in Dallas. So they're having Afro-teenth, and they got some African patterns here. June 20th, someplace called Carpe Diem. They're going to have Afro beats, compa, soca, R&B, amapiano. So they're going to really try to Africanize Juneteenth. Have y'all noticed this? There's this desperate desire for these non-FBA people to get Juneteenth and redefine what it is. And a lot of people have been hollering at them about that. And we got to understand that's part of a bigger issue when it comes to some non-FBA people who come in and try to co-opt and dictate FBA culture, because that's an issue. That's an extension of them trying to dictate what our culture is. A lot of times these people do that because they feel like they lack their own rooted cultural legacy within the U.S. See, a lot of these non-FBA immigrants, they come to America, but they don't have no generational roots here like we do. And they see foundational Black American culture as the dominant and authentic Black culture in America. And they try to graft themselves onto it to gain social relevance. Yeah, you understand? So we got Juneteenth. They're going to talk about some damn Afro-teenth to kind of blur the lines. And we're like, no. Juneteenth is something very specific to what happened here. Because a lot of these folks, man, truth be told, they have a desire to really attach themselves to the Black American struggle, and they do that for legitimacy. See, they want to claim a share of our moral capital here and our credibility, that foundational Black American, the descendants of freedmen that we've earned through slavery, Jim Crow, civil rights, and modern systematic oppression. Yeah. And a lot of people, they see foundational Black American culture as the global face of Blackness. So they want to co-opt a lot of our culture so they can ride that coattail. And I'm not saying that to be mean, but that's a reality. And there's a lot of corporate and institutional encouragement of that pan-Blackness thing. See, corporations, universities, NGOs, they'll oftentimes fund some of that pan-Africanist stuff because they know that it will weaken the demands for foundational Black American lineage-based justice. And so a lot of African and Caribbean immigrants, they'll exploit these platforms, working in cahoots with the white supremacists to position themselves as leaders of Black America. And then they'll try to dictate to us what Black culture is. Yeah? Notice all people always trying to tell us what our culture is. They try to redefine what our culture, like hip hop. Well, it came from Jamaica. No, that's why we had to do the movie microphone check. Juneteenth, they're trying to rebrand that. They're desperately trying to Africanize it. Remember, they were running around here talking about we got soul food from Africa. Well, soul food, that is West African food, but why don't it taste the same? No, it's not. It don't taste the same. It's not the same.
Right.
Yeah. A lot of our other music genres, they try to co-opt that and claim we got it from them, or they'll try to redefine what it means. Even our foundation of Black American identity, what do? We're saying, hey, we're not really African American. We prefer foundational Black Americans. That's a more concise and accurate description of who we are lineage-wise.
Right.
And what do tethers do? That is a cult, nigga. That is not a lineage. It's a cult. That is a cult. You are a group online. They play that game. They're always trying to redefine who and what we are. You niggas don't have a homeland. You are Kata. That's what you are, nigga. You are an Akata. Everything is about trying to redefine who we are as a way of cultural control. And they want to come in and try to gatekeep. You understand? And that's an attempt to really displace our influence in Black America by them constantly inserting their own narratives and aesthetics. They want to shift leadership and influence away from us to a more Pan-African immigrant-centered elite. See, that's why we got an issue with the damn Congressional Black Caucus. Remember, they've been sneaking the tether class in there heavy.
Yeah.
And they get them in certain positions, and then these folks start dictating what tangibles and justice we're going to get. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So we've been waking up to that, and better late than never. Let's get Miss Stacy in the building.
Hey, Tariq, how you been?
I'm good, Miss Stacy. How are you?
I've been a little MIA, trying to just because I've been working so much, and you know how we got to do it. But and yeah, I have to have two jobs because the Mexicans got everything. But these I wanted you were talking about this Juneteenth thing they trying to do. I was like, these fools are so loaded. How the hell you go from talking trash about our holiday, calling it ghetto and saying all this crazy stuff, to now trying to come in and change it up and take it over? And what really pisses me off is the whole meaning of Juneteenth in the first place. Y'all wasn't here.
Right.
Y'all wasn't here. That is the most disrespectful shit I've ever seen. Well, one of them, because they do so much more stuff. But you gonna just step in and then you think you gonna take over our holiday? Are you freaking kidding me?
Mm-hmm.
That's not gonna fly. So, but I'm gonna go ahead and land because I know you got other people that's gonna want to come up and speak, but I just had to come in and say something about that.
Thank you so much, beloved. Yeah, look at the word, the takeover.
Yeah.
They always use that takeover shit. Yeah, the Afro-teenth takeover. When it comes to our stuff, it's always some takeover. Remember that at that HBCU, which HBCU was it when they did the African Takeover Day? Y'all remember that?
Mm-hmm.
About 3 or 4 years ago.
Howard.
The African students at this HBCU, they had African Takeover Day, and everybody was looking like, the African Takeover? What the hell does that mean?
Right.
That's where people start kind of looking at each other like, who are these people? What are they talking about, an African takeover? I thought we were all supposed to be the same people.
Right.
I thought we were all supposed to be one. Now you differentiating yourself, and then you talking about taking over. Taking over what?
Right.
You know? Taking over who?
Right.
And we started asking questions, which we should have been doing a long time ago. Let's get Brother Robbie Blue in here. Robbie Blue, hop on.
Yeah. Shout out to Robbie Blue.
Brother Robbie, hop on, sir.
What's going on, brother Tariq? Can you hear me?
Yes,
Good
sir.
evening. Yeah, I was going to say everything you're saying makes sense, and I think what it is what threw a monkey wrench in their plans was us waking up, because it was almost
Yeah.
like us being comatose, like the chicken Kill Bill. They're like, okay, black people are practicing flat blackness. The DNC and all these liberals were able to kind of, like you say, prop up this Pan African thing, and then before you know it, we started paying attention because they got too greedy. That's always what happens with goofies and oddballs. They get too greedy. So they got too greedy. We woke up. And so now that they can't pull the wool over our eyes, now they're like discombobulated because they were disingenuous from the get-go to ever give us tangibles. So not only are we demanding tangibles, but we're not going to just go for flat blackness. So that's why they're in disarray. And then the Mexicans curve them because they think that Hispanics are a monolith, but half of them, aspire to be not only American but white American. And since they're like pseudo Catholics, they don't even go with a lot of the stuff that the progressives push. So it's going to be interesting to see how this pushes forward. They're going to have no choice but to deal with our litmus test and us being on code. And I'm gonna land my plane.
Yeah.
My man, very, very good point. Yeah, man, we woke up. We woke up, and there was a few things that made us wake up. There was a few things. And a lot of us, like I was one of the people early on saying, hey, wait a minute, we can't let these folks just make us into generic Africans. And I'm a historian.
Right.
This, first of all, what really made us wake up, the deliberate denial of reparations, yet they kept having these programs for all these non-FBA groups. So we said, hey, wait a damn minute. You keep telling us ain't no money, but when these other groups come over, there's a blank check. So, okay. And then they're turning around telling us that we need to work hard. We just didn't work hard. And then we start noticing all of the little derogatory names that they had for us. See, these people have delineated from us a long time ago. You understand? Well, we're sitting here trying to drag them. We were the ones trying to drag them into some big Pan-African umbrella. We were doing that.
Yeah.
These folks were, if we be very honest, they're telling us all along that they're different. They delineated from us. That's why I kept pointing out. I'm a pattern person. And I kept noticing patterns from all of these other groups. I noticed some patterns. When it was something negative, and I picked up on this a long time ago, anytime something negative happened, they'll let that fly under Blacc.
Yeah.
And every time something positive happens, these folks would go out of their way to differentiate themselves from us. They wouldn't claim Blacc. So I kept noticing over a decade ago, they kept using blackness as a trash can.
Yeah.
You understand? We became their trash receptacle because if they did something positive, they're Nigerian, they're Ugandan, they're Ghanaian. You win an award, oh, you're Jamaican. Shout out to Jamaica. I'm the first Jamaican to win this. Everything positive. Boy, you went out of your way to distance yourself from blackness. But when a musty nigga robs a liquor store, oh, look at this Negro. He's so black. This black guy robbed a liquor store. Look at your crime rates. And I said, no. We're going to have to start disaggregating some of this stuff. No, we're not going to be the trash receptacles for all these other groups. Yeah, anytime they do something negative, it gets thrown on us under blackness. But if they get some kind of scholarship or PhD or whatever, they're Somali and all of this. No. We're going to have to change that up. Everybody's going to have to keep the same energy. We're going to keep the same damn energy. Yeah. And again, I started seeing a lot of that stuff during the protest of the 2000 teens. We're out here trying to protest for justice. And we're out here trying to get laws passed and crime bills passed and tangibles for the community. And then all of these weirdos would come out and they'd get pushed out by the media doing and saying weird stuff. We're out here trying to get some race soldier arrested, and then some weirdo come over with a nose ring, and there's a protest, and then they show up and they start twerking. Who are these people?
I seen this shit.
Then they'll show up with a bullhorn. Yes, what happened to Mike Brown is horrible. And whatever happens to transgenders is horrible too. So we got to fight for all lives matter. I'm like, what the hell? Who the hell is this person?
Right.
We start asking questions. Who are these people?
Mm-hmm.
And then nobody knew them.
Yeah.
Like, who is that? I don't know. I thought they came with you. No. So we started asking questions. There's too much weird shit going on. And we out here trying to fight for justice for us. And then all of a sudden, the conversation would get shifted into LGBT and immigration.
Yeah.
We start hearing the media sit out here and tell us, well, the leaders of Black Lives Matter is these 3 studs. And a couple of them are immigrants. So we start seeing the corporate co-opting and manipulation of the grassroots. So we had to pull back and just ask questions about everything and everybody. Everybody had to be questioned. And then we start seeing a pattern. All of these weirdos pushing this weird shit. These were people who weren't even from our lineage. We start looking at the names. I'm like, oh, okay, this is why we got these weird folks who's trying to undermine us. These people ain't even of the lineage. They're from somewhere else. So yeah, that's what made us say, okay, we're going to have to get this delineation thing and really make it solid. Since everybody's delineated from us and they're doing little things to secretly undermine us. So we're going to have to really tighten this up. And the straw that broke the camel's back is, remember when they had that bogus ass reparations quote hearing, and they had Coleman Hughes and Candace Owens on there talking about we shouldn't get no reparations. We need to stop begging. We don't need reparations. And I'm like, wait a minute. Candace Owens is a Caribbean tether. She identifies as Caribbean. And Coleman Hughes, we looked him up. And then, wait a minute. This nigga's last name ain't Hughes. His name is Cruz. He's a Puerto Rican Spanish tether. Talking about we shouldn't get reparations. This dude ain't not even qualified to get it. So we started seeing that. We started seeing these people pop out of nowhere talking about we, us, and our ancestry, and we don't need nothing. We got enough. We need to stop begging. Okay, well, you're not qualified to get this stuff. So where's all this we shit, and who brought you here? Who prop you up as a spokesperson? That's when we said, hey, we got to start questioning everybody. When somebody shows up and they're talking goofy, we'll see where they're from. There's something to it. And now that we're doing paperwork checks, things are getting better. Now we're putting a spotlight on the tethering.
Yeah.
So when somebody says something dumb, we start looking in their background and we're like, oh, well, there it is. So that neutralizes them right there. That neutralizes any of their saboteur type of behavior. That's why the Democrat shills, see, that was their one trick pony. This is why the Democrats are so ass out right now. And they're so upset with the Black grassroots because we've delineated in large numbers. And that has affected the Democrat policy of benign neglect against foundational Black Americans. The name of the game is to use us as the mule to fuel other movements and fuel tangibles for other groups while we don't get nothing.
Yep.
We saying that shit ain't flying no more. We're not doing that no more.
No.
So this is why all of these shaming tactics are being levied at us. Oh, you FBAs, you guys sound like Nazis. Oh, you guys are a group. You guys sound like MAGA. FBA is a part of MAGA. They're saying shit. Them shaming tactics don't work. This is the new norm. We got tired of getting undermined. We sitting up here supporting these political parties and ain't getting shit. While other groups come across the border and all of a sudden they're sitting in luxury apartments and getting job training and getting all types of health care. No, come on, dude, enough. How long you think that was going to go? Come on, that finesse game wasn't going to go on indefinitely. So yeah, we stopped that. We just had to stop it. Let's get Billy Mays. Billy Mays in the building. Mr. Billy Mays, hop on in.
Tariq, I wanted to just let you know that few times I've come in and listened to your spaces, and you are unreal, my friend. I've never listened to somebody speak so much truth, so real, so direct, so well spoken, so clear. And I just wanted to give you your flowers because you deserve them, my friend.
Thank you. Now, are you the real Billy Mays?
No, I am not the real Billy Mays.
Okay, I'm about to say. Okay,
No, I'm not the real. I'm a big fan of the real Billy Mays. The real Billy Mays. Big, huge fan of the real Billy Mays.
What happened to him? He had those towels that he would sell late night.
It was OxyClean. It was OxyClean. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'm just gonna hook up to my mic and stuff.
Yeah, what happened? This guy disappeared. What happened to Billy Mays?
What happened to Billy Mays is I believe that he ended up dying. He ended up dying, I think, of a cocaine overdose.
Oh, wow. Wow. I didn't know that. Wow. What year was this? Are you there, brother? Oh, Billy Mays. What? I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened to you. Oh, okay. I don't know what happened. You got silent, but I'll try to get you on later. Okay, I'm looking at it. Okay. Yeah, I just looked it up. Okay, yeah, he did. Yeah, they said he died of damn. Okay. Yeah, this. Okay, yeah, I didn't know he died. Wow, no wonder I haven't heard from him. Yeah, Billy Mays, this white dude, he was very hyper, and he would sell these OxyClean things, and I think he made a grip off of it. But damn, he didn't smoke them. He sniffed the money up, and damn, that ain't cool. All right, let's get on. What's your name, brother? Miyamwe. I don't know. I'm pronouncing your name wrong. How do you pronounce it, brother? Miyamwe. Miyamwe. Hop on in, brother. Miyamwe. I think I'm pronouncing your name right. Let me give you 5 more seconds. I give you 5 more seconds, and I'm gonna get you up out of here. And there it is. Okay. I was gonna let you speak, but you didn't say nothing. Oh, we got Gabriel, the Democrat. Oh, we got Gabriel, the Democrat. Oh, what's up, Gabe?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. How you been, Gabe?
I've been actually good, man. There's a lot of things going on in the world these days.
Yes, indeed. What's the Democrats saying about all of these uprisings that's happening?
Uprisings. It's a revolution going on, you see. But I don't know. I support the protesters. I support what's going on in LA. I support those people. But
Oh, go ahead. What happened?
I don't think black people. I don't think people should be asking black people to like come up and support and be protesting out with the Latinos, because my reason for that is, I know you have your reasons, of course, delineation. My reason for that is those people voted for this shit. Like a lot of Latinos were singing Latinos for Trump. Trump got a higher percentage of Hispanics during the 2024 election, and a lot of those Hispanics who voted for Trump, their sisters, their brothers and sisters, or people who were illegal immigrants, or people who were in here in this country, and those are the people Trump were going to. And now they want to come to the Democratic Party, or they want to come to black people and talk about all this protest. Like, nah, that shit. Like, I support their fight, I support their cause, because I'm a child of Haitian immigrants. Of course, I'm always going to support their cause. But saying that like black people should be out there with them, nah, I'm not down for that. Like, that's their fight. They reap what they. So yeah, that's where I'm at.
Here you go. Thank you, brother. Because yeah, that's our concern. It's like people are trying to shame us. That's our thing. Everybody keeps trying to shame us into going out here, jumping in front of the rubber bullets for everybody, like we're your damn mule. And foundational Black Americans are like, no, we're good. This ain't got nothing to do with us, and we're not obligated to get out here. That's the thing. It's the temerity. It's like people act like we're obligated. Obligated because of what? What makes people think that we're obligated? People ain't done nothing for us. We don't owe nobody anything. That's the thing. We don't owe nobody nothing. We don't owe you No support. You ain't supported us. When shit goes down, we're on our own. That's the reality. We're on our own. So yeah, handle your business. Don't try to shame us. Them shaming tactics ain't gonna work. That's not gonna work whatsoever. Now, there's some dudes out here. What happens is some of them Hispanic women dangle some of that Latina cooch in their face, and that's like the bargaining chip. So every blue moon, you'll have a couple of Sambos. We got to stand in solidarity with the Latinos, the black and brown. No, nigga, you just want some Mexican pussy, nigga. You got a Latina baby mama. Yeah. Let's keep that a buck. That's the thing that gets some of these cats. And I think that's the thing where a lot of the Hispanics feel like black folks are obligated, because some of the women are like, look, all this Latin cooch I gave you, you can come out here and protest with me. And the Sambos will be like, well, I sure can. Sure, you're right. I can get on out there with you. Marisol, I can get on out there and protect you. That's what it is. They think, okay, we didn't gave you all this cooch. You owe for some of this cooch we gave. That's what that is. That's where that weird sense of entitlement comes in. That's the only thing. And let's be real. You know, some of that Latin cooch, that put a lot of niggas out here in a chokehold, especially in New York. Can we be real? And there's some beautiful Puerto Rican women out there. I'm in New York now. There's some fine Puerto Rican women. I give them that. There's some beautiful Puerto Rican, the younger ones. Now, when they get 30, that's a different story. But the younger ones, Puerto Rican women in their 20s, beautiful. They're running around here in New York. Beautiful. I give them that. But yeah, some of the old school New York cats, we got to do there has to be a study on how some of that Puerto Rican cooch got these niggas in a chokehold. That messed a lot of Negroes up. That Puerto Rican cooch was like kryptonite to niggas. Yeah. Let's be real. That Puerto Rican cooch did a number on some of these dudes, some of these brothers. We got to be real about that. Yeah. Let me get Dr. Randy Short in the building, the legendary Dr. Randy Short in the building. Dr. Short, where you at, sir?
I'm right here, Brother Tariq. Teaching, preaching the word.
Yes, sir.
I saw you in front of the statue of matriarchy.
Yeah. Yeah, I said, oh, God, I got to take a picture of this. It's right smack dab in the middle of Times Square. I said, oh.
Oh, my brother. Oh, my brother. Thank you for telling the truth. I'm looking at this and say, my. We need to stay away. I have a motto. We woke, we grown, don't vote, stay home. Right?
Now, Dr. Shaw, why do you think people keep trying to shame us into going along with these protests? Everything is about shaming us.
Well, because they know how much white people hate us, and they'll deflect all the hate that they're due. We'll get that too. All the while, say we didn't build the country, we're no good, we count for nothing. But when it comes down to payback, when white rage is unleashed, they want us to pick up the tab. That's like you paying for another person's prostitute tab. Hell, I didn't get a blowjob. Why should I pay for it? We didn't get none of this stuff. So they want to do that. Plus, look at the timing. They want to put this on Juneteenth. That's where this 14th thing, they're going to make this a black thing. They made the stuff in 1992 a black thing. Almost 80% of the people arrested in 1992 were white, Latino, and Asian, even though the police were concentrated in monitoring and harassing black people. Isn't that interesting? If most of the police were after us, how were 80% of the people arrested not black? That means that black folk were bit players in what happened in 92, and we've been punished. We've been made homeless. We've lost everything, and they gained. And they made it out that we attacked the Koreans, we hate the Asians. Everybody's got paid off of the lie that black folks did all this, and they want to do it again. They actually want black folks on the West Coast to commit seppuku or kamikaze or harikari for them to just finish us off. Not just there, Chicago. This would be the swan song to the FBA nation for us at this critical juncture to catch all the hell of the dying gasp of a white supremacist Anglo-American empire. And they know this.
Absolutely. Yep. Dr. Short, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. Very good point on that. Oh, man. Yeah, that's why we stay out of it, man. We're Bennett. We ain't in it. They want us to take the brunt of the negativity, the brunt of the blowback. Because, yeah, they're not really trying to challenge white supremacy. They don't really have a demand out here. So they want us to come out there and do all the damn dirty work so that we can get all the negative blowback, and then they can get whatever benefits that come out of it. And we're saying, hell no. We haven't done enough of that. All right. But anyway, let me get up out of here, family. I see we do have a lot of folks in here. Much respect to you guys. Everybody go to hiddenhistorymuseum.com. Make a contribution to the Hidden History Museum. Get the book Hidden Heroes from A to Z. Go to rootworkstyle.com. Get that Rootwork deodorant. Okay, I'm up out of here. Puppy Akute, Lola Bube to the family. Peace.
If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check to make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like, as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now, the Sunday address. Don't know if you've heard, but Tyler Perry has put out a movie. It's not news because he owns his own studio and basically a TV network too. And it's got Taraji P. Henson starring in it. So I guess the two must have buried the hatchet after the whole Color Purple fiasco. And the log line for this Netflix movie is, she's having the ultimate bad day. Well, that sure sounds inspiring now, don't it? This movie's not supposed to be a comedy, so I guess this is supposed to be a tragedy. This is not a movie review, I don't do those, but it is asking black people to think, because that's what I do. You can be disgusted with Tyler Perry, Lord knows I am, but the one thing nobody can be is surprised with him. And yet there are some people who are sounding like they are. He's doing what he's always done. Trafficking in black stereotypes is a very lucrative and profitable business, and this guy has been one of the leaders in this dubious industry. And since there's absolutely nothing new about this, why are there some black people, mostly black women, who are angry at Tyler Perry for this latest movie, Straw? It's a big hit on Netflix. It debuted with a Rotten Tomatoes score of 73 from viewer reviews, so it's doing very well for him business-wise, and it's reaching the audience that it's supposed to reach. There was this online campaign prior to the movie's debut where there were some black women who I guess are tired of his constant portrayal of black women as being victims and not much else. Well, that's been his brand for decades now. The problem is Tyler Perry's become a billionaire precisely because of how he makes buffoons of black people. None of the people complaining about him today were saying a word when he was running around in a dress. A ridiculous-looking black man in a dress is always a crowd pleaser with the white media. Nobody had a problem with that. And it's been black women who have fueled his media, or is it Medea empire? Now, this is something that needs to be addressed because we can't talk about Tyler Perry as a case study in black people spending their money incorrectly without addressing some of the specifics. So I hope nobody has a knee-jerk reaction. It's been by and large black women who have made this movie a hit. Sure, there's been a loud vocal minority against it, but that's all they are, a minority. Most black women are still fine with Tyler Perry's portrayal of him, at least his core audience, that is. You can be mad all you want, but keep in mind, this is an example of black people subsidizing their own oppression. And notice how Taraji Henson doesn't seem to be holding a grudge from how Tyler Perry didn't stick up for her when she got underpaid for The Color Purple and she was crying and talking about quitting acting altogether. I'm using this as a case study in how, as black people, when you practice inappropriate behavior, as Dr. Claude Anderson put it, This is what you get. When you make excuses for putting money into the pockets of the Oprah Winfreys and the Lee Daniels and the Issa Raes and the Tyler Perrys and the Agent DuVernays, this is what you get. Ordinarily, I would ask, how can you watch this crap and like it? But a better question would be, how can you watch this crap and like yourself? The people who love Tyler Perry's fare, these are individuals with deep-seated issues of self-loathing. And while you can complain about it, Tyler Perry is the beneficiary of an audience that wants to see dysfunctional behavior validated. It's sad, but it's also true. That's what drives the people who gobble up Tyler Perry's media manure like so many hogs at the slop trough. Clearly, there's no accounting for taste. And if you like the crap that comes from Tyler Perry or Oprah or Issa Rae, then you've acquired a taste for degeneracy. You have an appetite for garbage. And unfortunately, looking at how well the movie's doing for Netflix, these bottom feeders are not some fringe, passionate, ravenous minority. As a people, we've taken upon ourselves a number of bad habits and flaws that we simply cannot afford to hold on to. And yet a lot of us seem hell-bound and determined to do exactly that. There's a lot of work that has to be done to eliminate these cancers from the black body politic. We have to get back to acquiring a taste for intelligent media, not just things that show us in a positive light, though that's certainly the first step, but media that honors us and makes us think. Too many of us believe the movies that we watch and the TV shows we consume are an opportunity to turn our brains off and nothing more. And it seems for a lot of us, our brains never turn back on again, and they never will as long as you continue to fill your mind with this. Now, I'm sure that I'll see the usual endless list of comments from people who swear that they never watched Tyler Perry's mind rot. But let's be honest, with an audience as large as the one he has, that can't be true, not for everyone. Even here, I'm sure that there's more than a few who watch his content and consider it to be self-affirming or engrossing, or at the very least, a guilty pleasure. They know it's wrong, but they just want to keep watching. I'm not looking for anybody to give a confession. I'm just saying don't lie about it. White supremacy believes in taking both sides of the conversation, and tethers, bootlick shills, and sellouts worship white supremacy, and they take their cues from it, so they do the same thing, or at least they try. So many of Tyler Perry's audience told themselves that his movies and TV shows were empowering because they showed them depictions of black people, usually black women, in an allegedly starring role. But now some black women have finally begun to wonder if maybe, just maybe, he had been playing them the entire time. If all that stuff he put out that they loved, if maybe this was him doing the same thing back then, that he didn't just start to have a low opinion of black women now, that maybe all the stuff he's put out has been denigrating black women's image. We're all familiar with the trope of the tragic mulatto. What Tyler Perry and Issa Rae and others did was to take that trope and apply it to all black women across the board. Instead of the tragic mulatto, it's just the tragic black woman in general. There's a reason the white media put this guy on. Sure, much of his success was quote-unquote self-made, but he was also heavily promoted by the white media, and not just Lionsgate. There's been no attempt by white power to take him down either, at least not yet. As a result, Tyler Perry's become the richest actor who's ever lived. Even Tom Cruise isn't a billionaire, not even close. And yet Tyler Perry got there by making black people look ridiculous. Every single reprehensible stereotype and caricature about us, he's put on the big screen and told the world this is who we are. Unfortunately, when you consider how many black people eagerly support his mind rot, you realize he's right. Sure, we can say that not all of us are with the BS, but as your world likes to say, I know it's not everybody, but it's enough. Your image matters. You should be covetous of that image because it precedes you into every room. You can't get there before your image does. And by contributing to the bad image of black people, Tyler Perry's doing real harm to us. But unfortunately, because he's capitalized on some people's need for validation, no matter what form it takes, he's largely been hailed as some kind of hero and champion of black women. Until now. You see, this is the reason that I detached from popular media a long time ago. That's also why I rarely comment on it, and even when I do, I can only speak in general terms. I'm not saying that I expect every black person to do as I've done, but I do expect every self-respecting black person to have better sense than to reward smear merchants like Tyler Perry with more of their money. Now, why harp on this? Why make this the subject of this evening's address? It's because everything that I've said about Tyler Perry, you could say about a heck of a lot of people who black people make the mistake of spending their money and time on. Because as black people, we are forever spending our money with people who denigrate us, who attack us, who would never do business with us if we found the cure for cancer, AIDS, and athlete's foot. And a number of these bad actors are black. They're not on the same page with us. They're in business for themselves. So why are so many of us so silly as to go to so-called restaurants that even a dog wouldn't vomit at, or go to so-called convenience stores run by people who try to make things as inconvenient as possible for us, and to watch content by and pay money to so-called movies and TV shows run by people who clearly have nothing but naked contempt for us? Whenever you decide that you're going to give your time, your energy, and your money to something, you're empowering it. And if a lot of Black people decide that they're going to put power into the hands of people who are against us, before you know it, you've made them stronger than you are. We know the Tyler Perrys of this world are off code. Hell, let's stop lying. The Tyler Perrys of this world were never on code to begin with. But we are supposed to know better. When the Black grassroots protested the Harriet movie because of Cynthia Erivo's anti-FBA nonsense, it worked because we not only put the word out, Black people refused to see that mess. And you even had some brothers who got in the face of the producer of that movie. Salute to them. And you haven't seen Cynthia Erivo's ragged ratchet rump running her mouth about us since. Once her white paymasters saw that Black people rejected her, she realized she risked becoming damaged goods. And white power has no place for a tool that doesn't work. That heifer's been on her best behavior ever since. She ran off to play the Wicked Witch of the West after that. And we did the same thing to Barack Obama, the king of the tethers. He ran his mouth for too long, and we showed him that what little influence and power he thought he had didn't come from those white dark money donors that he sold his worthless soul to. Power, as always, came from us. It took us a while to remember that, but when we did, we brought the hammer down on him, and no amount of white media saturation bombing us with lies worked. He's been MIA ever since. The white media realizes they can't use him. Sure, they never formally admit that we broke one of their tools because they're never going to admit when we exercise power over white supremacy. But as I've always taught you, the admission of defeat on their part will never come in the form of a formal confession. In fact, it doesn't come in the form of talk at all. The admission of defeat comes in the form of silence. If you stop patronizing these anti-Black racist stores and businesses, if you stopped giving your money and attention to the Tyler Perrys and Issa Raes of this world, none of these reprobates will confess that they did anything wrong. Instead, they'll close up shop and shrivel up and disappear. The confirmation that you're right isn't going to come in the form of a confession. It will be when you hear silence because they don't exist anymore. If we could crush the most powerful tether in the world, Barack Obama, merely withdrawing our support from him, how much more devastating do you think we can be to all of these other forces of anti-Black racism who largely depend on us for their sustenance? Because it's not just Tyler Perry, it's also all of these anti-Black businesses out here. True, we do push back, but we don't do it consistently enough, and not enough of us are doing it. So until that changes, people like Tyler Perry will feel that they can roll the dice and take a chance on seeing if slapping Black people in the face will pay off yet again. Sadly, there's just enough dumb Negroes out there who are willing to play along for these anti-Black racists to continue doing what they've been doing. White power's evil genius was finding ways to monetize itself, to make it where those it oppresses become collaborators in their own oppression. It becomes a self-reinforcing mechanism. You wind up fueling the very machine that holds you in bondage. If they see that they can make money off of you when they insult you, then they're going to keep on doing it. So, for those of you Black people, men and women alike, who are down in the dumps at Tyler Perry once again making bank off making Black women look terrible, don't worry. You will get another shot to prove him wrong, coming to a theater or streaming service near you. Black people have to get serious and consistent with our economic behavior. If what Tyler Perry is doing truly offends you, then the fastest and best way to punish him is by practicing economic discipline. That way, no matter what he thinks, this will be the last straw. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Jason Frazier, Dean Ballantyne, Benson Menento, Isaac Phillips, and William Ross. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Professor Black Truth. Yeah, I think I did those all. Sorry about that. Lady Che, what are your thoughts on Tyler Perry's straw controversy?
Well, I don't really know what I don't really know what that's about. I caught the end of it, so I don't really know what that's about.
I guess it's a new show that Tyler Perry is coming with, and they're already pushing in that alphabet mafia agenda, the LG alphabet emoji, elbow agenda.
Oh, that's typical. Typical Tyler Perry shit. He's been making a lot of money off of that, off of those kind of shows. I don't really watch those kind of shows. I think I was watching one like maybe 2-3 summers back. That's something weird. But I don't really watch those kind of things. I don't really watch stuff that Tyler Perry makes.
Yeah.
So I think I watched a movie too that he made a while back, maybe like 2 summers back.
Yeah.
I would have to say that like all things that he does, not necessarily beneficial to like, you know, making a black woman feel great. And some of this shit is always demeaning or always has some sort of ugly plot or ugly storyline, you know, like sister getting cheated on or sister getting beat or something like that, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't really like to watch things like that. I don't care. I don't really care if it's just like the last black thing on TV. I don't want that. I really don't want to watch those kind of things because it's not good for my confidence. You know what I mean? Like, we shouldn't watch things like that, ladies. Because the storyline is like good or whatever, but it's always about some demeaning shit like a sister getting her ass handed to her or cheated on or she getting fucked with at work by other broads or, you know what I mean? She has a real hard life. I don't think that's like, that want to look at shit like that. We can just look at shit like that outside, you know, in our regular lives.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you don't want to see a sister get manhandled or beat. You don't want to see a sister in and out of trouble, and you don't want to see a sister get cheated on or have a really, really hard life. You know what I mean? So those kind of stories are kind of played out. So I think that he has a lot of stories like that. They're not really necessarily good for us to watch.
Right.
And they seem to be doing well because they last for a lot of seasons, but might not be necessarily good for our well-being. So I don't watch that shit. I didn't know he had anything new coming out.
Yeah.
That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you for that, Lady Cherry.
I didn't know he had anything new coming out.
Yeah, he did. It's out now. It's called Straw.
I could look into it to catch up on it, but I didn't realize. And we had a heavy meal, so I kind of just let the itis fell out.
Mm-hmm. Apparently, we both did. All right. So, moving along. We got MAGA.
I'm feeling putting me to sleep.
BT and DNC are forcing support of Blacc on immigration. So it's not a Tariq Twitter space.
And also, they resent the fact that foundational Black Americans, we can own. Again, it's getting very interesting. it's getting very, very interesting. They had the BET Awards, and I know Dolce, the artist, she kind of mentioned the riots. She kind of mentioned what was going on in LA, and I'm kind of paraphrasing. And man, I'm kind of paraphrasing, but from what I remember, I think she went into some Black Brown coalition stuff, and we all in this together. BET, they're trying to crowbar us into. We don't have nothing to do with this. We don't have nothing to do with this. And also, I saw something else. Snoop Dogg got an award. Shout out to our brother Snoop. He got an award at BET, right? He got some kind of acknowledgement. And they had a bunch of the Democrat bots online talking about Trump. Snoop shouldn't have got nothing because he was tap dancing for Trump, because Snoop, I think he DJ'd or performed at some Trump event. So the Democrats' shills are trying to shame Snoop. You don't shame Snoop. Snoop can perform anywhere the hell he wants to perform. Nobody's obligated to be Du Bois for the damn Democrats.
No.
Yeah, and these were a lot of operatives who were trying to shame Snoop on social media. Yeah, we're not playing that game. Because we got to understand, look, BET is a controlled corporate platform. It's not Black owned whatsoever. And it's a corporate interest that's aligned with the Democrat establishment. And BET, let's be real, it's used as a safe, controlled environment to inject pro-Democrat, multicultural talking points into the Black community. All right, and that audience, they know that it's a key voting bloc. They know that Black voters are the base of the Democrat Party. In every election cycle, the Democrat operatives use BET and related events to, quote, activate Black voters by trying to appeal to emotional issues, police shootings, immigration, and all that, even though we don't really benefit from no damn immigration. And we got to understand with BET and these award shows, these celebrity mouthpieces are easier to manage. See, these celebrities, they're handpicked to go on stage and they're told what to say. They got to deliver party-approved messages. A lot of these entertainers, they don't have no deep political understanding. They don't know, but they see that they have some sort of cultural influence, so they make them ideal to push these Black and brown coalition talking points, anti-Trump narratives, and these Democrat-friendly themes. Because I think Dolce was up there talking about trans and queer and LGBT. Yeah, man, no. Because one thing they never promote, they don't never talk about no damn tangibles, though. You notice that?
Never.
You notice these BET award speeches, don't nobody say nothing about no damn reparations. It's always, they get up there, Black and brown solidarity, fight the hate, stop Asian hate, stop the ICE raids. Well, but they're never allowed to get on stage and say, hey, what about them reparations? What about an executive order for a crime bill that protects foundational Black Americans? What about a specific economic program for foundational Black Americans? They never get to say that. Yeah. And again, that Black and brown coalition, that's a one-way street. Yeah. We done already got BET straight. We're getting Fat Joe the hell up out of there. See? They can't wheel Fat Joe out there no more. We packed that up. So the grassroots is letting you know it's a whole different ball game out here. That old Black and brown shit, that's a one-way damn street. You know, they get us to get around immigration rights, DACA, border issues. Man, you look at a Latin TV show or one of these TV shows by these other groups, well, we're not even mentioned. I don't even think they let us in the building. We don't even get to go to them award shows, let alone them talk about our issues. And people wonder why we ain't got the cape on no more. We're cool as hell. But again, BET, man, let's be real. It's a lot of optics for white liberal donors. White liberal donors who fund the Democrats, they want to see visible multicultural unity. And BET, they use their stage for these unity media clips. They don't really have no real conversation about economic justice for Black Americans. They use that platform to kind of herd Black people into this generic people of color coalition. Yeah. They dilute our identity and our demands when you sit up here and include us with all of this people of color, marginalized groups, minority nonsense. You know, that prevents us from standing alone to ask for specific policies. You know, and what they do, they use that, they use our culture to offset any type of political betrayal. See, when they don't deliver no reparations, no anti-Black hate crime bill, no mass incarceration rollback, they get on BET and use some of these emotional moments, capture the illusion that they're still in solidarity with Black Americans. You know? So these award shows, they become like soft power tools. The BET is the award shows, they're designed to entertain, not educate or mobilize politically. And they always insert these little subtle political talking points through all the celebrity speeches. So they give it a soft sell. And they use these crowbar tactics so they can mask any type of reciprocity. See, Black voters, we you know, a lot of Black voters supported even the Democrats in the last election, but a significant number of us didn't. But the Democrats, they know that foundational Black Americans are disillusioned. So they got to have all of these other unity themes to trap us back into it so that they can hide the fact that they didn't deliver no damn tangibles for us. And we're not going to let them forget. Let's get Great Black Shark on here. Great Black Shark, hop on. Great Black.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. I hope you and your family are well over there in LA. Brother, I'll be very brief, man. This is an interesting time, isn't it? Everybody wants to come together and fellowship and love, man. Let me tell all of you that are classified as white, when you know you're not. Now you want to come together and fellowship with foundational Black Americans, but you never advocate for anything for us. You haven't. You've had plenty of time now for those that it applies to that are being deported and rounded up. Because, see, here's the bottom line with that Black and brown thing. You can't scream Black and brown unity when you historically fought for the right to be white, and you haven't had any major movements to separate yourself from that. So how can you be in league with the oppressed, yet coming to us because now that they're treating you like you what you really are, which is non-white, now you need our help all of a sudden. You're on your own. We're saving our compassion for our own people. And with that said, I'll land, good brother. Salute.
Man, yeah, this unity talk. It's they want to talk unity, but then they want to get into shaming tactics. Oh, there's a lot of shaming tactics. I'm seeing, have y'all seen some of these tweets from some of the tethers? Like, all these niggas talking about this is not our fight. It is our fight, nigga. No, it ain't. All the foreign flags. These people are resentful. Let's be very honest, family. When we look at a lot of the stuff that's being said, now listen, none of this stuff has anything to do with us. None of it. Yet we're always brought up. You notice that? We don't have nothing to do with none of this stuff going on at all. But we're the main ones getting brought up. We're the FBAs. We're the foundational Black Americans. How come they ain't out here with us? Where they at? Y'all should be, we supposed to be standing together. Y'all gonna be next. Y'all gonna get sent to El Salvador. Y'all can get deported to Africa. Why are we the first thing on your mind?
Right.
Why is everybody complaining about us and we ain't got nothing to do with anything? We're just sitting back chilling. You know what it is, family? And I tweeted this earlier. A lot of these other groups they are low-key resentful, jealous, and hostile because foundational Black Americans, we are the only non-white group who can't get deported. And that chaps their ass.
Yeah.
Boy, they resent that. And we're not even trying to rub it in anybody's faces. We're like, hey man, hey, that's kind of tough what you got going on. But yeah, you go ahead and work it out. I got a little prayer for you, but yeah, go work that out. The fact that we ain't all crying, kicking, and screaming because we know this immigration stuff doesn't affect us at all. And they keep trying to use scare tactics. There was a man, there was a man who was a citizen. He had got deported, and where they had detained him. But hold on, but he was Jamaican. His family's Jamaican. Yeah, you see, they'll try to mention little stories like that, but not put everything in context. Yeah, they detained a quote unquote citizen, but he comes from a Jamaican background, or he came from a Caribbean background. So his family's information was already in the immigration system. Our stuff ain't in no immigration system.
Right.
None of my family's in no damn immigration system.
Right.
None, not one. Nobody in my family's on any immigration paperwork, nigga. Everybody in my family comes from the soil.
Right.
And a lot of these other groups, they resent the shit out of that family. They resent it. So yeah, we ain't got no other land to be deported to. This is our ancestral land.
Right.
And we acknowledge that now. Because, see, we sat up here and let these people run a mind game on us. Well, yo, you are genetic Africans. You're lost. You're away from home, nigga. No. This is our home, and it's always been.
Right.
And a lot of these immigrant groups, they subconsciously resent this unshakable legal and cultural root that we have. A lot of them fear their own vulnerability matched up against our foundational Black American security. See, a lot of these people right now, y'all hear him calling up, especially RJ. RJ, where is RJ? Where you at? I know you in here, RJ. I like to use you as an example. Boy, before the election, because RJ and all of them Democrat tether shields, they knew Kamala was going to win. They saw all that money that they were spending on Megan Thee Stallion and Cardi B. Oh, they got Beyonce, nigga. They thought it was gonna be a shoe-in. They thought Kamala was gonna win by a landslide.
Yeah.
Oh, they were in here talking so much shit. Yes, immigration, we're here now, nigga. We are not going nowhere, nigga. Move over and learn how to deal with it. I work hard. You better work hard too. We are the new niggas. Okay, boy, they were talking egg catching. And boy, when Trump won by a landslide and we warned them, we said, hey man, y'all need to come up off the reparations. Stop begging, nigga. Stop begging the white man. You beg the white man too much. You got to work hard. I not beg the white man. I came over, I have $2 and I worked. And look at me now. Okay. All right, that's what it is then. Okay. Oh boy, now they thought we were bullshitting. They thought we were bluffing. They thought we were just gonna punk out and be like, oh man, we're gonna go ahead and vote for Kamala now, man. They thought we were gonna play a game of chicken and then blink. No, we stood on business. We said, yeah, we don't mind whoever is in office. Yeah, if y'all gonna play with the money, we gonna sit on this sofa and let things go the way they need to go. And we let folks know if y'all got a choice, y'all got to take a gamble. It would behoove you to give us our reparations. But they took that gamble, and we let them know the flip side of that. Your family's gonna start getting deported. No way, nigga. Because Kamala is going to win. Okay. When Kamala lost, the Democrats lost, they're crashing and burning. And boy, them roundups came real swift. So now Wait, nigga. Wait. What do we need to do to sit at the table together? Nah. No. They're trying to drag us in the conversation. No. Y'all not going to scare us. We are secure. We have full constitutional rights and birthright citizenship from top to bottom. And we can speak freely without deportation fear. We can openly challenge the government without risking removal. So a lot of these immigrants, they fear backlash, and they hate the fact that we can criticize certain policies boldly. And then they get into these straw man arguments. See, those were coping mechanisms for them. Because, see, they can't directly attack our status of not being able to be deported. So they have to create all of these other straw mans to try to do a psyop on us. You niggas have no culture. You should be more like immigrants, nigga. No. See, there's no anchor narrative here. See, no. Ain't no y'all need to go back. No. This is our joint here.
Right.
And we expose that whole false narrative that success is simply about hard work or immigrants do better. No, our status of not being able to be deported, see, that forces America to confront its foundational sin. Yeah. So yeah, we don't play no games as far as that. And also we have political leverage. We got political leverage. See, politicians, they have to court foundational Black Americans in a way that they don't have to do with immigrant groups who can be deported and disenfranchised very easily. Yeah. See, we're a permanent political force. We got deep cultural roots in America. We got centuries of cultural, legal, military contributions to America. Many of these immigrant groups, they resent that we have a more authentic American claim than even white Americans. We're more American than these damn white supremacists. Oh, yes, we are. We're the only ones who uphold the principles of what it means to be American. We uphold that. Yeah. And also, they resent the fact that foundational Black Americans, we can organize boldly. Yeah. Without an immigration risk. And they resent that our advocacy is going to tighten that line on lineage. You see, because now that we're talking about lineage-based tangibles, that means people can't leech off of it. People can't leech no more. The leeching is going to stop. And that exposes that, we work hard and y'all need to get like us. And you niggas have no culture. Well, damn it. Okay. When we tell y'all to go ahead over there and do you, go ahead and fight your own battles. Go ahead and stomp and advocate for yourselves. And we'll be over here advocating for ourselves. Wait, this is a CIA operation. Is this the FBI coming together to disrupt the unity? What unity? Tether hollering about some damn FBI disrupting the unity. What damn unity? Y'all ain't got no unity with us. Not in a large collective manner. What unity? Y'all damn sure don't have unity back in your homes. Let's be real. There's so many damn tribes over there. And there's one Tether. We were getting on this Tether's bumper because he was on here talking about, y'all niggas y'all better worry about immigration. Yeah, because immigration, y'all gonna be next and all that. Then we pull up some old tweets of his. He's up here denigrating foundational Black Americans. Hold on, let me find that dude's tweet. People got on his bumper. He's supposed to be some rapper. Some no-name rapper. Don't nobody really know who he is, but he was a Nigerian dude. And I'm not going to give him no shine. I'm not going to give his name, but I do want to read the tweet and remember what he said. Hold on. What did this dude's tweet say? Hold on one second. What did his tweet say? Because there was a couple of these tethers saying little slick stuff. Here it is. He was like, no, this is another one. It's a whole bunch of them. He said, if y'all don't see what's going on with this ICE shit and how it can affect niggas eventually, you gotta re-up on your world history. And man, this ain't gonna affect us. This is a scare tactic. Then somebody pulled up some other tweets of him talking about, thank God I'm from Nigeria. I know exactly where and who my ancestors are, and my last name is mine, not some slave masters. There's something beyond valuable about knowing where you came from. I suggest you do research. It'll give you unmatched confidence in self. His ass is in Nebraska. Oh, he's over here. And people are getting on his bumper. Number one, the West Africans didn't even have last names in large numbers until the late 1800s, until the colonization happened. West Africans didn't even have last names. A few little tribes here and there, they would have titles attached to their names, but for the most part, West Africans didn't have last names until they got colonized. So there ain't no long history of no damn last names. Also, dude, your country is named by a white woman. Lady Shaw, a white woman, a British white woman, named your country Nigeria. Boy, you flexing. That's a flex and fail. Come on, bro. That's you self-owned on that one. You owned yourself. And you ain't over there. You over here cosplaying as us. So people talk all of this cash shit and then wonder why we ain't putting the capes on. That's one of the reasons why. So it's a new day and age right now. It is a new day and age. It's a whole different vibe out here. We are not playing, ladies and gentlemen. And again, a lot of these people, they feel a certain way that we can't get deported. We are deeply rooted here. And there's a scarcity mindset. A lot of these immigrant groups, they operate on a scarcity mindset. They believe that there's limited room on the top, so they resent foundational Black Americans for being an immovable group that can't be removed to free up space. Yeah, it's real heavy. And there's this subconscious recognition of foundational Black Americans being core to American identity. They don't like that either. See, there's at a deep level, many of these groups understand that foundational Black Americans are the true core group here. We are when I say foundational, I mean just that, ladies and gentlemen. We are literally foundation. You can't build a house without a foundation. Right. The foundation is the strongest part of the house. That is us, ladies and gentlemen. Everything about this society and this culture is rooted with us. Right. It was all built on our backs and our shoulders. The wealth of it, the music, the food, the sports. We revolutionized all of it. Everything that's great about American society is rooted with foundational Black Americans. That's either true or false. That's either true or damn false. And if it's false, you debunk it. What else is foundational to this country and this culture? We are the culture. We are not guests. We're not visitors. That's why the tethers are always trying to Africanize us with the whole we're generic Africans who don't know where we came from. That's a horseshit ass narrative that we should have been rejecting a long damn time ago. Yeah? And that's not to denigrate anybody, but we're not going to let nobody denigrate us. Right. And project their resentment onto us and try to drag us into their battles that ain't got nothing to do with us, especially after they've been so derogatory towards us. We don't owe nobody shit. Bottom line, let me just put it that way. We don't owe nobody nothing. You're not going to shame us. We don't owe nobody nothing. You don't have no bargaining chips to take anything away if we don't step up to you. What? They ain't got nothing to take away. They ain't got nothing to take away. That's why the only thing they can do is scare tactics. You niggas are going to be next. They're going to deport you too. They're going to send you niggas to Antarctica. It is going to be cold. They're just saying anything. That's like bushmeat barrister.
All right, Lady Shay, what are your thoughts on Dolce giving a speech forcing for Black support for immigration during the BET Awards, and how the DNC is forcing Black support on immigration? Yes, she's from Nigeria. Oh. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Desperation is setting in, and it's not working, Democrats. So try better next time. Moving along, we got a MAGA influencer who brags about snitching on Black TikTok star detained by ICE. I'm sure some of y'all have seen this already.
Pro-Trump Gen Z influencer gets massive TikTok star detained by ICE. They snitching up some. Put it up full mass. Then got this brother caught up. Bo Louder, a conservative Gen Z influencer who has called Donald Trump's son, Barron Trump, his quote best friend, is taking credit for helping immigration and customs enforcement briefly detain Italian, Senegalese social media star Kobe Lane, the world's most followed person on TikTok. Lane was or has not addressed his detention on social media, did not respond to a request for comment from the New York Times that is in alignment with his character. So in a statement to USA Today on Sunday, an ICE spokesperson confirmed that Lane, whose full name is, I think it's Syringe Cabane Lane, was detained on Friday at Harry Reid International Airport. This was in Las Vegas for, quote, immigration violations. The kid is 25 years old. He has more than 160 million followers on TikTok. Was born in Senegal, but moved as a child to Italy, where he is now an actual citizen. So according to ICE, he entered the U.S. on April 30th and, quote, overstayed the terms of his visa. I get back to that. After a brief detention, the agency said Mr. Lane was granted voluntary departure, which allows an individual facing removal to leave the U.S. voluntarily in a set time frame, rather than being ordered to be deported. After losing his factory job during the COVID pandemic, Mr. Lane began posting silent skits, reacting to life hack videos on TikTok, quickly gaining a following. He has held the title for the most followed user in or on the platform since June 2022, and counting. Put it up for Mahas. He makes plenty of money. Okay. So on Friday, before Lane's detention was reported widely, Loudon alleged he played a role in the influencer's interaction with immigration authorities. Quote, I've been working with the patriots at President Trump's DHS to make this happen. Loudon 18 wrote on X. In a video posted on Monday, Loudon alleged he heard from a, quote, few of his friends and business partners that Lane had overstayed his visa. Quote, I just called some buddies in the administration, and I've never seen anything happen so quick. Loudon alleged. Quote, they were like, we're gonna get right on this. And then he wished Mr. Lane best of luck and said he hopes he's able to come back as a law-abiding citizen. All right? Okay. So Bo is the son of former Republican Missouri State Senator John Loudon and conservative media personality Gina, who served as co-chair of the Women for Trump, which is insane. The 18-year-old frequently posts photos of himself with both the president and Barron Trump, along with people like Chris Brown, Snoop Dogg, Tucker, Rittenhouse, and others, Shapiro, etc. He also features many family photos of other members of the Trump family. And during Trump's presidential campaign, he was said to have played a role in helping the 78-year-old court young male voters. Loudon said he helped set up Trump's interviews with Joe Rogan, Aiden Ross. Quote, it was the honor of my life to be able to organize and attend the legendary stream between rightful President Trump and my friend, yada, yada, yada. Obviously, the kids in the cult. And, man, put up this picture again, man. All right. All of them holding the, put this picture back up. This individual, Bo, has been an interesting, very young human being. He is bragging about snitching. Now, I know he's not from Glenwood, but damn, I have never, Jackson, brother, I have never heard an individual with some level of celebrity get on social media and proclaim they are the snitch behind getting an individual caught up in immigration who happens to be a few days over the visa stay. Now, if we want to get technical, Canadians are the #1 violators of overstay visas, and I don't see a crackdown on that. And the reason why they jumped on this, as he said, oh, it was amazing, they jumped right on, because it's high profile. Yeah. This is their fear tactic to everybody else. What say you?
Yeah, absolutely. He's high profile, the most followed person on TikTok. And if it wasn't for that, then this wouldn't he wouldn't have gone after him. And just unfortunately, politics in America, particularly just the right-wing propaganda machine, is just endless baiting. And they, people will come on to this show and they'll be like, call you a race baiter and stuff like that. But they the main ones, you know what I'm saying? Like, if it wasn't for all the stuff that they doing, we wouldn't have anything to talk about in regards to race baiting. But he's 18, he's a kid, and he's got some notoriety and a platform, and that this got him popular. So I'm hoping he got a couple of dates from some right-wing sweethearts off of this or something. He's still old enough to go to somebody prom, so maybe he about to get that going on. I don't know. But this is just a high-profile situation, and that's why it happened.
Yeah. But young man, you can make whatever decision you want to make, sir. You're technically an adult. But snitching, sir, usually you keep that to yourself. I encourage you to make better life decisions, but
imagine waking up.
Yeah, I agree. All right, moving along. What they didn't tell you about the National Guard in black neighborhoods. That's the King Alfred plan, etc. What are your thoughts, ladies? About the last topic? Yeah. Well. Mm-hmm.
So what did he do wrong?
Nothing. But he just happens to be MAGA, so it's a problem.
If Barry, that's right. I guess Barry didn't go to big old daddy's birthday party. I'm sure there's plenty of other things we could have been doing. But he said we were going to be doing that.
Yep.
So that's what he did.
Yep. All right, thank you for that, Lady Che. So moving along, I said what they didn't tell you about the National Guard in black neighborhoods. Just from One Mike History, shout out to them. They're going to give us an update on that.
The sound of helicopters overhead or soldiers marching through your city. But not because there was a natural disaster or a foreign threat, but because the president decided that your protest was too dangerous. And this is exactly what's happening in LA. If you're a student of our history, you know that this sort of thing is not new. From the schoolhouse steps of Little Rock to the bloody bridges of Selma, federal government has often stepped into the streets of America and not always on the side of justice. Sometimes troops came to uphold your constitutional rights, and other times they came to silence them. So join us today while we talk about the times the National Guard has been deployed on your streets. And if you like stories like this, you can find more stories like this at OneMikeHistory.com. If you like audio-only episodes, you can find my podcast wherever you get your podcasts. But without further ado, let's get started. Recently, President Trump shockingly sent almost 2,000 National Guard troops straight into the heart of LA without the California governor's consent, claiming that the presence was urgently needed against insurrectionists protesting immigration raids. Immediately, community leaders and activists and everyday Californians stood up, calling out what they saw as a direct threat to the hard-earned freedoms and the sacrificed right for peaceful protest. California Governor Gavin Newsom echoed the voices of community leaders and swiftly opposed what he called federal overreach, declaring it an abuse of presidential authority and a dangerous president that harms all communities, particularly marginalized ones. California quickly took legal action in an attempt to push back against what they perceived as a misuse of military power. But if you look closer, Black folks will recognize a familiar struggle. Black communities have long experienced federal power being deployed as a political display, often suppressing voices commanding justice and equality, from the Freedom Riders who faced federal troops in 1961 to most recently Black Lives Matter activists confronting military tactics. This causes a recurring question that emerges. Who holds the true authority? Is it the people in the streets or some politician in a faraway office. But to better understand this, we need to take a step back, all the way back to 1957 in Little Rock, Arkansas. A few years earlier, in 1954, the Supreme Court's landmark Brown versus the Board of Education decision declared segregated schools unconstitutional and fundamentally reshaped civil rights as we know it. Yet, despite this firm federal mandate, resistance persisted in southern states determined to preserve segregation and racial inequality. 3 years later, in 1957, a school integration crisis erupted in Little Rock, Arkansas, when Governor Orville Flavis defied federal authority and summoned the state's National Guard to physically block 9 Black students, who now are known as Little Rock 9, from gaining entry into the previously all-white Central High School. Amidst escalating tensions, President Dwight Eisenhower decisively responded to Governor Flavis' defiance, dramatically asserting his federal authority. Eisenhower famously placed the National Guard units under federal control and went further still by deploying another 1,000 paratroopers from the elite 101 Airborne Division to escort the 9 Black students to class. This visual imagery was unmistakable. Armed soldiers marching the students through an American city to safeguard them as they seek equality in education. Eisenhower's message resonated nationwide, explicitly framing racial equality as a fundamental issue of federal law, larger than local governance' attempts to resist and defy, and unequivocally making it clear that the nation's military might would be used, if necessary, to enforce civil rights. Less than a decade later, a similar crisis would unfold in Selma, Alabama, as activists marched peacefully towards Montgomery to protest widespread voter suppression that had prevented Black Americans from exercising their constitutionally protected voting rights. Throughout the early 60s, civil rights activists had fought tirelessly against entrenched voter suppression tactics that had blocked Black Americans from meaningfully participating in the political process, particularly in southern states. When peaceful demonstrators marched from Selma towards Alabama's state capital of Montgomery to draw national attention to the widespread racial injustice and the denial of voting rights, Alabama state troopers responded with shocking violence, brutally attacking the marchers in a moment that is infamously called Bloody Sunday. Despite national outrage, such a blatant brutality against peaceful protesters simply demanding their constitutional voting guarantees, Alabama's governor, George Wallace, continued to refuse assurances of safety or protection for these marchers from further harm. In response, Lyndon B. Johnson swiftly moved to employ federal authority by federalizing the Alabama National Guard and deploying federal troops to ensure safe passage for the more than 50,000 determined marchers as they embarked on a historic journey from Selma to Montgomery. Johnson's actions reverberated across the nation, ultimately leading to Congress a few short months later passing the landmark Voting Rights Act Bill of 1965, legislation that would fundamentally alter America's political life and greatly expanding voter protections and enfranchising millions of African American citizens and strengthening grassroots participation in our democratic process. These pivotal events, like Little Rock in 1957 and Selma in 1965, saw presidents explicitly wield their federal authority, not simply in moments of crisis, but specifically in service of clear constitutional mandates, from public school integration to voting rights against entrenched local resistance. Yet, importantly, not all federal interventions have triggered such contentious clashes between state authority and federal powers. For instance, just 2 years later in Detroit, persistent social and economic inequalities ignited an outbreak of racial unrest in the streets of Detroit. Overwhelmed by the scale of rioting, destruction, and chaos, Governor George Romney sought aid, appealing to President Johnson to deploy military forces to help restore order and safety to the city of Detroit. Decades later, in 1992, the LA riots similarly prompted California Governor Pete Wilson to directly appeal to federal intervention to help manage the extensive unrest following the contentious Rodney King verdicts. Mass outrage and anger exploded into devastating riots all over Los Angeles, leaving the city overwhelmed and calling for immediate federal assistance. Despite these desperate moments of turmoil and overwhelmed governors explicitly requesting federal military intervention as a critical lifeline to restore order, protect the public, and support strained local law enforcement, Unlike moments of fierce conflict over civil rights and constitutional guarantees, these instances did not trigger a fundamental dispute over states' rights versus federal supremacy. Instead, state leaders openly recognized their own limitations and willingly surrendered authority when pushed beyond their own capability to maintain safety and civil order. But if you fast forward to LA today, unlike Eisenhower and Johnson stepping in to defend basic civil rights and constitutional rights, or governors pleading for immediate federal assistance to help as their city burned, President Trump intervened directly against the wishes of the California officials, citing lawlessness amidst protests that he labeled as insurrectionary. But California authorities saw a fundamentally legitimate expression of dissent. Californians argued passionately that this is not Selma or Little Rock or even Detroit or LA in 1992. Rather, this was a dangerous flexing of federal muscle, a challenging of the boundaries of federal authority and state control without a clear moral imperative present like the civil rights struggles of the past. Ultimately, the drama that is unfolding in LA serves as a stark reminder that America has always wrestled fiercely with a balance between states and federal government, military power and civilian protest, and freedom and authority. Each time presidents have federalized the National Guard, they have reshaped the balance and determined whose rights are protected and whose freedoms count and how far that power can reach. As debates flare over the Insurrection Act and the core relationship between the citizens, government, and presidents, America once again is forced to reckon with the foundational question of democracy. Who protects the people when rights and liberty and justice hang in the balance? Thank you. This has been One My Black History. I'm your host, Country Boy. This has been The Enemy at the Gates. If you like stories like this, you can find more stories like this at onemichistory.com. If you like audio-only episodes, you can find my podcast wherever you get your podcasts. Also, I have a Substack. It is linked below. I would love for you to join me. I write new articles almost every week. I would like to thank all my financial contributors. Without you, none of this could be possible. And I love you all. Peace.
Kind of gather around an area, seem to search, move those cars. You've been with them the whole way, Ian. And to be able to see them giving each other hugs and congratulating each other had to feel pretty good from your perspective as well, I imagine.
Yeah. And, you know, Julie, it's almost eerily quiet. You know, this area is very rural out here. All around us right now, it's pitch black. It's just the storm clouds that have kind of been moving through overhead. But otherwise, it's soybean fields and cornfields and houses miles and miles apart from each other. And it's quiet now. And obviously, that has not really been the case at all today. It's been law enforcement working. It's been them going to different locations here in Sibley County. It's been them checking on things, trying to find Vance Belter. So to see it back like this, how it normally is such a almost kind of jarring thing to see. Is as we've kind of been talking about, we are right where they found Vance Belter, in this field right next to us, down this driveway to my right-hand side here. And as we talked about, you know, law enforcement has kind of been in multiple different locations here throughout the county, whether it was about 5 miles away on State Highway 25 and 301st to his home, which is a mile or so down the road from us right now, just continually working and looking to find him. And Julie, as you mentioned, sort of those that congratulations, that, hey man, congrats, I love you, thank you, you know, all these different things that we heard. You know, in moments like this, we've talked about how dangerous these situations are. Obviously, you know, with an armed person like this who is shot at people, obviously law enforcement is doing what they can to be careful and be safe as they try to track him down. So to be able to take him in like this, and as far as we know, no one hurt or anything like that, I mean, obviously that's a huge, massive feeling of relief for them as they're able to get him into custody and get him out of here, as we said, just laying or in a cornfield or a soybean field. It's hard to tell, obviously, because it's pitch black out here, but just so close to where they've been for the past 2 days, just looking around for him. So obviously just a huge moment of relief and joy, and just all these emotions coming out from these folks who were working to get him into custody here.
All right, Ian, thanks so much. We can leave some of those pictures up and read to you the social media posts from Ramsey County Sheriff Bob Fletcher when he put up the picture that we've been showing you of this suspect apprehended. He said, "It's the face of evil. After relentless and determined police work, the killer is now in custody, thanks to the dedication of multiple agencies working together, along with support from the community. Justice is one step closer." And once he was apprehended, I know you got your hands on the criminal complaint, Lou. One thing we've been talking about was the fact that Hope Hoffman, whose mother Yvette had covered her to protect her from the bullets, obviously was a witness here that could have provided details to police. Did we learn anything about that in the criminal complaint?
Yeah, so she is the one who made the initial 911 call and reported that a man with a mask had shot her parents. They took the video surveillance. We've shown the video surveillance of him with the creepy mask on. That was from the Hoffman home, we now know. And on that footage, they have video of him with the mask on, knocking on the door and announcing himself as a police officer. So that is how he was able to gain entry to the house, and that's where he shot the Hoffmans there. The video surveillance then showed him flee the residence, get into his, what they call a police-style vehicle, because it had the blue and red lights on it. And what he was wearing was a mask, a blue shirt, a police-style tactical vest with a badge, and a yellow-gripped gun in his hand.
Just horrifying. And we still don't know why there was such a major time lapse between Champlin and the Brooklyn Park residence.
It was about an hour and a half before Brooklyn Park police caught him in the act there, essentially. I guess we don't know what time he actually arrived at Brooklyn Park, so we don't know, it would only take 10 minutes to get there driving, so we don't know why there was that lapse right now in that period of time. But we do know when he ran from that house, he clearly stripped off some things, the vest, the badge, disassembled gun. Yeah, disassembled a gun. And beyond that, he still had 3 AK-47 assault rifles in his vehicle, as well as another 9mm handgun. And so with the disassembled gun, the AK-47s he left behind, and the 9mm he left behind, perhaps he wasn't even armed anymore when police took him into custody, which, thankfully, again, him getting caught the way that he did in the act maybe prevented him from being armed moving forward.
Yeah, it's incredible police work by Brooklyn Park Police. So thoughtful and present of them to say, let's check out other lawmakers' homes in the area.
And as Julie, one more thing, as we talk about, poignant images, of course, this one posted by Ramsey County Sheriff Bob Fletcher. If we could take a look for Julie Blaha, the state auditor, has a picture taken from Yvette Hoffman's hospital room of her watching the coverage on TV with this very picture showing. And so that's something that we should pull up and show to people as well.
Can you even imagine the relief? We talk about for the other lawmakers who know that their names were on that list, but to think about the Hoffmans, to know that this person is not coming back, that this person has been apprehended, must be a huge relief, because it's hard to imagine the horror they went through. Even just seeing that image of him in the mask, and we now know that is what they were presented with when they opened the door. It's too horrifying, really, to even imagine. So we're so happy for them as well that they can rest easier tonight, knowing that he has been apprehended. We were told there would be a press conference with law enforcement agencies coming up at 10:30. We're a little bit past 10:30 now, but we are waiting for them to come to the podium and give us details on how they apprehended Vance Belter this evening. That would have been about an hour and a half ago, we believe. Our Morgan Wolf is there live. Morgan, you see just reporters right now or photographers walking past you. Any sign yet of the officials, or any idea which officials are going to speak?
Julie, we actually just got that update about 10 minutes ago that they are running behind. And so we are just patiently standing by here. And actually, if we could show you the room right now of the amount of reporters and photographers that have joined in here. We have people from Network News. We have our local friends here, our counterparts over at different stations in Minneapolis. And so everyone is standing by here waiting to hear updates from investigators. We are anticipating that we can hear from BCA Superintendent Drew Evans. He has been our point person basically throughout this investigation, giving us those significant updates here at the command center. We do not have any other official word of who else could be here at this point, so we do not want to speculate. But Drew Evans has been very communicative to us and has actually been very transparent. And usually the BCA can be a little tighter-lipped on their investigations, but with the threat to the public that Vance Belter had, there was, of course, the urgency to share as much information that they could without jeopardizing their investigation. So we're, like I said, standing by here. We just heard that they're running a little behind on that presser, but we'll be sure to let you know as soon as it starts.
All right, Morgan, we appreciate it. We know you're standing by. Thanks so much. Give us a heads up when they arrive, and we'll be sure to go live right away to that press conference. It seems like it was longer ago than just 2 days ago that all of this began to unfold. And we first saw those images of that house in North Minneapolis where the alleged shooter would sometimes go for a couple nights a week. And so that's another neighborhood that has to be resting a little easier tonight, if in fact this was the shooter they believe that he is.
And concerning the Green Isle neighbors, Joe, our reporter who was down there all day today, told us, how scared they were last night, knowing that that's where he was from. For him to have returned this morning, I couldn't imagine what it would be like for them to sleep tonight, knowing that he came back if he had not been caught.
Right. We're grateful that they will be able to have a better night's sleep. We do want to update you as well on two separate stories. There's a shelter in place in Eagan. There's a shelter in place right now in Maple Grove. Neither of those scenes is related to the manhunt for Vance Belter. They're not giving out, we have reached out to both police departments, and they're not giving out.
Some fight for survival, some for revenge. Pray I don't find you, you prick. But one thing's for sure, the action never stops. From high-speed chases to epic showdowns, get ready for war. Get ready for non-stop action. Watch free. Only on Fawsome.
Scan the code on your screen now and get your console catcher today.
The detail that Ian provided us is that they knew where he was for at least an hour before they made the arrest. They just had to get all their ducks in a row for safety reasons, without letting him know that they were onto him before they finally took him in.
Every detail in this case has been jaw-dropping or fascinating, and it's hard to imagine how they felt knowing that they had likely found him, and then they had to be patient and they had to make sure they were doing this the right way, so no law enforcement officers, and also that he could be brought into custody safely.
Another key question now that he's brought into custody will be if he had any help.
Yes.
Because as we reported, his wife was stopped, detained for a short period of time, potentially items with her taken from the vehicle where she was up north in Onamia with other family members. And there was a question about text messages that he had sent her, whether that indicated that she knew what he was planning or had information after he had done what he had done.
Yeah.
So that's all part of what's coming in the mix here, and hopefully we can get some answers to those questions. I did reach out to his wife, Jenny, to ask for comment after his arrest here. I've not heard back yet.
Well, and we do know that whatever questioning or searching they did of her car, Drew Evans from the BCA did confirm that she was not in custody. So
Meaning she wasn't arrested.
Correct.
Yes.
So they had questioned her, and
they definitely downplayed, they said, of course we're always going to talk to family members, but again, there's always that element of police downplaying because they know who's listening when they say things like that at a press conference before somebody's arrested.
Yes, and as they search those farm fields and those outbuildings today, we know that many of you here in the Twin Cities were watching as massive convoys of law enforcement vehicles were heading southwest to that area in Sibley County to participate in that search. So I believe Drew Evans said at the press conference there were more than 100 or hundreds of law enforcement officers down there participating in that search as well. So we are again waiting on that press conference to begin so we get some official word and details on the actions of law enforcement tonight. And we're so grateful that Vance has been apprehended.
So there is another detail in the criminal complaint that I overlooked before now, and assuming that everything is up to speed here with the way it played out, but it makes it sound as if when the Brooklyn Park officer arrived, the shooting was just taking place, because it says in the complaint that the officer witnessed him shoot into the home through the open door.
Oh, so he was going in, not necessarily just coming out when the officers arrived.
That's the way that it's phrased in here, so that's a follow-up question that we'll need to ask.
And I did feel like throughout all of our coverage, we had the sense that the Hortmans had already been shot.
Mhm.
Officers arrived on scene, and he came out of that door, and they exchanged fire.
Right. And what it says here is that the officer saw the defendant still dressed as a police officer shoot an adult man referred to as victim 2 through the open door of the home.
Wow. It's also frightening, and you think about what those officers have been through as well, knowing how dangerous this shooter, presumably Vance Belter, actually was and is. We talked with one of our reporters, Heidi Wigdahl, today, went to North Minneapolis and talked to some neighbors there that were kind of swept in to this whole ordeal. Heidi's standing by in the studio today. If we can bring up a shot from her and just talk to her about what she learned today that those neighbors lived through in North Minneapolis. We know that the law enforcement brought in a vehicle with a battering ram to get the front door open to the home where Vance Belter would occasionally stay during the week when he was working odd jobs. And Heidi, you talked to a neighbor that was really brought in unbeknownst to her to this entire investigation. Can you explain to us what she saw and heard and lived through?
Yeah, Julie, just across the street is Kamiko White. She has 4 children, all under the age of 11, and they were actually playing outside in their yard in the morning when she heard a knock on the side door, a huge bang. She went to the door, and it was 2 officers there saying they needed to gain entry into her house. They didn't tell her what was going on, why they needed to be there. So she quickly went and grabbed her kids, got them inside the house. Then they started asking her about the best rooms, the best windows that would give them the vantage point of this home. So they ended up in Kamiko's, in her room upstairs. 2 officers were in that, and she streamed the whole thing on Facebook Live. A lot of those images can be found on her Facebook. She said these 2 officers went into her home and laid out just a ton of guns and pointed a gun at this home. And in total, they were in her home for about 5 hours. They told her to get the kids into a room away from those windows facing the front. So they basically had to stay in one room, those 4 kids. Her kids obviously were very terrified about the situation, not knowing what was going on. And she said also at this time, they actually didn't know. There were undercover officers in the neighborhood, but it wasn't this presence that you're seeing right now in this video. And so she had a moment where she knew that there was this suspect out here, Vance Belter, who was impersonating an officer. And so she had a moment where at first she felt scared. Were these actually officers? She actually called her mom and her stepdad and asked them if they could call 911 and verify this. And so her stepdad did call 911 and was able to verify that indeed this was legitimate. And then as you saw with that video, she looked outside her window and sure enough, MPD SWAT teams were there calling for Vance Belter to come outside of the house, saying that they had a search warrant and that he should step outside of the house and be arrested. And again, she captured all of this on camera. Then they basically said thank you and left her house. Her children were so upset and terrified they didn't want to stay in the house. They all slept in the living room together last night. And she said they were so terrified that the 3 oldest kids actually didn't stay in the house all day today. So I know obviously she is very relieved to hear that he has been caught.
Yeah, so many people that were kind of on the periphery of this that had experiences that will stay with them for a very long time because it was such a scary scene. And there were so many unknowns as this was all unfolding over the last 2 days. It's kind of hard to imagine having a SWAT team hold up in your house, especially after we've repeatedly been saying this person is imitating an officer. So we appreciate your reporting tonight, Heidi, and glad that everybody in that house is safe tonight.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Heidi. We are, again, standing by. We're waiting for this press conference from law enforcement. We do understand now, it has been confirmed that the governor will also be in attendance at the Emergency Operations Center to give an update on the apprehension of this individual. The last time we heard from the governor was the morning, Saturday morning, that first press conference when he spoke about his relationship with Speaker Emeritus Melissa Portman, saying that, you know, what an incredible individual she was and also a close personal friend. He was incredibly and understandably emotional in that press conference. So we will once again be hearing from him tonight as law enforcement gives us details on how they apprehended the suspect.
And the arrest comes after a full day of investigation and searching. Okay, I understand that we are ready to start the press conference there.
Let's go live to the Emergency Operations Center, where we'll hear from law enforcement
Minnesota
tonight.
Governor
Let's
Walz.
listen in.
After that, Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bob Jacobson, Jacobson. After that, Bureau of Criminal Apprehension Superintendent Drew Evans, EVANS. After that, you'll be hearing from Brooklyn Park Police Department Chief Mark Bruley, BRU, Mark Bruley, and then State Patrol Colonel Geiger, Geiger. Yep. I'm sorry, I'll get that for you. Lieutenant Colonel Geiger from State Patrol. Yep. Yes. Jeremy. Jeremy. Common spelling.
Who these last
Yes, Bruley.
It's Jeremy, G-E-I-G-E-R.
G-E-I-G-E-R, his last name, Geiger, correct.
And it's Lieutenant Colonel?
Correct.
You can see that they're just getting media members ready for the lineup of speakers, making sure we have all the names of the law enforcement leaders who will be speaking, how you spell their names. This is all customary before these press conferences begin. And it sounds like there will be a long list of people speaking tonight, from law enforcement, from chiefs of police to our governor, I'm sure the BCA, just getting everything organized there tonight.
It'll be interesting to hear everyone's thoughts on the arrest being made and justice being able to be achieved in this case for the deaths that Mr. Belter allegedly caused. You know, the old saying is that they often take the easy way out, meaning that someone in that position would kill themselves or, die by police rather than face the consequences for something they did. And so I think that, a lot of my sources I talked to were afraid that they were not going to find him alive.
Yeah, that he would never face justice. But we're happy to report tonight he obviously is. And they have been, I agree with Morgan, law enforcement has been a little more forthcoming with these press conferences and taking more questions from reporters than they maybe normally do. And we know you have a lot of questions. We have a lot of questions. We're hopeful that we'll get all of those answered tonight. Our AJ Legault is someone that's been doing some excellent reporting along with you, Lou Goose. We've had really great teams out in the field and behind the scenes working their forces. We were going to talk to AJ, but now it looks like we can go live to the Emergency Operations Center where the press conference is getting underway. And I believe this is the governor at the podium.
Good evening. After a two-day manhunt, 2 sleepless nights, law enforcement have apprehended Vance Belter. That's 48 hours that law enforcement involved in a complex and dangerous manhunt. Spent Father's Day away from their families to deliver justice for Melissa and Mark Hortman and their children who spent this Father's Day alone. To the law enforcement who stand here and the hundreds who are involved in this, the state of Minnesota owes you a deep debt of gratitude. Thank you. You ran towards the danger and you served the state of Minnesota. This is a great example of coordination and collaboration. Multiple agencies, federal, state, and local, coordinating together in a way to protect the public and close this hunt around. Multiple agencies were there as FBI laid hands on it and Minnesota State Patrol put the handcuffs on. One man's unthinkable actions have altered the state of Minnesota. Melissa Hortman was the core of who our values were. She had a hand in so many things that happened. The building that we stand in, she helped usher through. so that we could respond from the State Emergency Operations Center with the professionalism and giving the tools necessary to law enforcement to do their job. To Melissa and Mark's family, I cannot fathom your pain and the grief that you're going through. We'll take solace in the memory and the work that Melissa did, and you can rest assured that we will put every ounce of effort that the state of Minnesota has to make sure that justice is served and the individual responsible for this serves the time for the unspeakable act. State grieves with you. The latest news is Senator Hoffman came out of final surgery and is moving towards recovery. A vet is healing. And I think when the story comes out, and I'd like to say on behalf of the state of Minnesota, the heroic actions by the Hoffman family and their daughter Hope saved countless lives, and we are grateful. Bureau of Criminal Apprehension will continue to investigate. We will keep you informed. We'll spare no expense and no work to make sure that that happens. A moment in this country where we watch violence erupt. This cannot be the norm. It cannot be the way that we deal with our political differences. Now's the time for us to recommit to the core values of this country. And each and every one of us can do it. Talk to a neighbor rather than arguing. Debate an issue. Shake hands. Find common ground. This is who Melissa Hortman was. In the first negotiating session that I had a chance to work with her, she got all the partners in the room, and she provided each and every one of us a copy of a book called Getting to Yes. And the whole premise was debating with a sense of goodwill, a sense of trying to come to compromises that serve everyone. And because of her, we did that. Because of her, we did that year after year after year. That's the embodiment of how things are supposed to work. It's not about hatred. It's not about mean tweets. It's not about demeaning someone. It's leading with grace and compassion and vision and compromise and decency. That was taken from us in Minnesota with the murder of Speaker Hortman. So for each and every one of us to truly honor, and we will continue to honor that spirit, but we will need to do it in just more than actions in a memorial. Conducting ourselves in the spirit that Melissa Hortman did her work is what the country needs to heal. I will once again say the deep debt of gratitude. These professionals standing behind us and countless others. This was, you'll hear from them, incredibly complex. And to take the suspect in with no life or injuries to civilian population and to bring him in alive so he can serve justice, which he will do in Minnesota, is an incredible thing that we are grateful for. With that, I'm going to turn it over to the professionals, starting with Commissioner of Public Safety for the state of Minnesota, Bob Jacobson. Thank you.
Good evening. It's good to see you all here tonight. Thank you for coming in. My name is Bob Jacobson. I'm the Commissioner of Public Safety. And again, it's my honor to serve in that position. First of all, I want to thank all the law enforcement agencies that have been working tirelessly over the past 2 years since the shooting at Senator Hoffman's home. The coordination between state, local, and federal law enforcement partners is the reason we are here tonight, and the suspect is in custody. Bolter exploited the trust our uniforms are meant to represent. That betrayal is deeply disturbing to those of us who wear the badge with honor and responsibility. We want to thank community members across the state for their support, for their tips, and their information. And I want to thank Governor Walz for his continued support through this very difficult time. With that, I will pass this off to Superintendent Drew Evans of the BCA. Thank you.
Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Drew Evans. I'm Superintendent of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. As was noted and was previously described, the Vance Bolter was taken into custody in Sibley County. We were with you earlier today when we provided information about the manhunt and the myriad of law enforcement that have come together working in partnership so that this evil cannot be continued. The first step in a case like this is that we take him into custody, and then the work will continue and begin to make sure that we have all the evidence we need to ensure that he's held accountable for his crimes. Please bear with me, but I think it's important because it has been noted by the governor, just to give you some background on the teams that were down there, and I may even be missing some in terms of this because there were law enforcement partners, not just from the Twin Cities, but across the state of Minnesota that came together. From the Brooklyn Park Police Department, the Tri-City SWAT Team, Eagan Police Department, Burnsville Police Department, our South Metro SWAT Team, the FBI, ATF, United States Marshal Service, State Patrol, Washington County Sheriff's Office, Ramsey County Sheriff's Office, the Richfield Police Department, St. Paul Police Department, Bloomington Police Department, Sibley County. We had Riverview Medics, Green Isle Fire Department, and Lifelink in the area, in addition to Prior Lake, Crow River SWAT, and the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office. And again, I may have been missing, and I apologize to my partners for that we do that. I share all of that for you because that's the commitment when this sort of evil is in one of our communities, that law enforcement comes together to put all of their resources together to make sure that that person is taken into custody. That is so that people across the state of Minnesota and legislators that were targeted in these attacks and that may have been listed can breathe a sigh of relief as quickly as possible as we came together in an incredibly complex set of circumstances in that. He was arrested, as you saw earlier this evening, in the area of 35600 block at 200th Street, Green Isle. What happened in that is, as we noted, there's a manhunt going throughout the day in that area that we've discussed previously, and there was information provided that he was seen in the area. When that information was provided to the investigators that were conducting the ground search, they converged on the area with a number of SWAT teams with the assistance of the area.
Self,
anyone who gives evidence leading to the arrest and the conviction of the guilty.
In the Negro community, the mood is sullen anger and a desire for revenge.
Now, for many of us who've gone overseas, fought for this country, fought for Mississippi, we fought for Alabama, we fought for North Carolina, we fought for Illinois, and we fought for every state in this union. Now, we're going to stay here and see that the things that the mayor has said become a reality.
This event, this tragic occurrence, should cause all persons of goodwill to be aroused and should cause them to be more determined than ever before to break down all of the barriers of racial segregation and discrimination.
Now, although half a century has passed since Medgar Evers was taken from us, far too suddenly and far too soon, today's ceremony presents an important opportunity to recommit ourselves and to recommit our great nation to the principles that he lived and died to defend. It provides a chance to ensure that his contributions and his remarkable leadership are remembered for generations to come.
The meaning of Medgar Evers' life and death is that he embraced the fundamental struggle that the great Southern writer Eudora Welty said grew out of our sense of place, which shapes us all psychologically. The struggle between those who believe their lives only count if they control the lives of others around them, and those who feel better when they share the life around them with others. Between those who think they really only count when they can dominate, and those who've got sense enough to know that things only really work when they cooperate. It is easy to be for yesterday's change. It is easy to sanctify somebody's bones. And soon enough, we'll all be where people can sanctify ours. But the meaning of Medgar Evers' life was that he came home, and even though he had a gorgeous wife and beautiful kids and an unbelievable life to look forward to, he said, it can't be that I was a soldier in the American Army and I stood up for freedom and I can't vote.
For a younger generation of Americans, the inauguration of President Barack Obama sends a powerful message.
It puts a face on everything that you've been taught and everything that you hear, a role model. There's no better role model than the President of the United States.
Corey and Courtney Cockrell, 27-year-old twins from Jackson, Mississippi, were inspired by what they saw on November 4th.
It was just amazing, really, just to be able to see the country come together and to see people put things that don't matter aside and looked at him for the man that he is and the leader that he is. No classes on Friday or Monday.
Corey and Courtney know the historic vote that put this family in the White House could never have happened without the help from another family. Theirs.
Uncle Medgar, I just can imagine him, just being so proud of us to see the country come together.
I think he would say, job well done. Right.
More than 40 years ago, their great uncle, Medgar Evers, was denied admission to the University of Mississippi Law School, the same school the twins graduated from, simply because he was Black.
He knew that there were things that needed to be done, and he was willing to do them no matter what.
Long before Barack Obama rallied a nation for change, Medgar Evers was willing to risk his life for it. In the segregated South during the 50s and 60s, his wife, Merle, knew her husband's dreams for equality were dangerous.
Medgar was unusual in the sense that he was so committed to justice and equality and was willing to pay the price, knowing full well that at that particular time, he was putting his life on the line. The fire hoses and the dogs biting us. When I look back, I see and I feel the pain and the suffering.
It was an ugly chapter in our nation's history. A time when African Americans were beaten, lynched, and killed because of the color of their skin.
I wish they'd kill them all.
Medgar Evers struggled to abolish laws that oppressed blacks. As a leader in the NAACP, he knew the real power was in the vote.
We're not just interested in voting so that conditions will be improved for Negroes. We want conditions improved for everybody.
Getting people registered to vote was a big part of his life.
A major, major part of his effort. The power was in the vote. The power was elusive because of the fear that people had.
I've had a number of threatening calls, people calling me saying that they were going to kill me, saying that they were going to blow my home up, and saying that I only had a few hours to live.
It sounds like he almost knew.
He did.
On June 12, 1963, a young Merle Evers and her 3 children were inside the family home in Jackson, Mississippi.
I recall the kids saying, "Here comes Daddy, here comes Daddy."
The children knew the sound of Daddy's car.
They pulled in the driveway behind my car. Wow.
Medgar Evers was shot in cold blood by a white supremacist in the driveway of his home. He was just 37 years old. It would take another 30 years to bring his killer to justice. What do you remember about the day Medgar was assassinated?
How he kissed the children, how he kissed me, how he walked out of the door, got in the car, came back in, and embraced us all again.
At that moment, Merle went from wife to widow, and her life changed forever. She took up her husband's cause for change and became the first woman to lead the NAACP.
Hello!
Last year, Merle Evers joined another cause, Barack Obama's run for the White House. She was a powerful reminder to the candidate that he is standing on the shoulders of all those who fought and died for civil rights.
The next president of the United States of America!
But I said to him, among other things, I want you to know that I keep you and your family in my prayers on a daily basis, as I do with my own children. He looked me in the eye, not a smile, dead serious, and he said, please keep me in your prayers.
Oh, yeah, my favorite.
Evers' daughter, Rena,
Oh, he gave great hugs, too.
son, Van, and 3 grandchildren.
That look reminds me of who? Brooke. Exactly. They do look very similar as far as how they carry themselves, even to the point of how they sit and cross their legs.
I saw a photograph of Obama playing basketball. This man's feet were off of the floor. He was reaching for that ball, had it in the grasp of his hands. And I said, you know what? I see him as a leader. And that's the world that's in his hands. When the news commentators came on and said, it's over, he has won this race, I buried my head in my hands and tears began to fall. I couldn't stop them. Then I said, Medgar, do you see what has happened?
Yesterday, Merle Evers went to Arlington National Cemetery to give her husband the news.
We made it. Obama made it.
My father would just be up there, just jumping for joy.
And today, in the nation's capital, the Evers family is witness to history.
The past and the future combined to make today happen.
All persons should have an opportunity to register and vote and do the things that the Constitution guarantees them.
I understand now. He did not die in vain. Thank you.
Now, for many of us who've gone overseas, fought for this country, fought for Mississippi, we fought for Alabama, we fought for North Carolina, we fought for Illinois, we fought for every state in this union. Now, we're going to stay here and see that the things that the mayor has said become a reality.
15 minutes past midnight, Evers got out of his car beside his home in a Negro residential area. In a vacant lot about 40 yards away, a sniper fired a single shot from a high-powered rifle at Evers' silhouette. The bullet hit him in the back, crashed through his body, through a window into the house. He died within an hour at a Jackson hospital.
You in the former home of Medgar Wiley Evers and Merle Evers in Jackson, Mississippi. Our address is 2332 Margaret Walker Drive. Medgar was born and raised in a little town called Decatur, Mississippi. And he talked about, when you read about him and listening to him talk, he talked about, he knew the differences, how the races that were made between the races. He said he never could understand it. Why? He talked about having white playmates. He had this friend. It was only after he got to, they would hunt and fish together. It was only about when this friend got to be the age of 16 that they went separated, went their different ways. And he talked about seeing his friend. He was going downtown and he saw his friend standing on the corner with some other whites. And he said, of course, they called him nigger. His friend did so, but he noticed his friend dropped his head when he said it. And so that's what kind of situation he grew up in. And then he talked about, he said, I knew the difference that was made between the races. Could never understand why it was that way. He talked to his father about it, and his father would talk to him and tell him what your responsibilities are. But in reading and listening to people talk, those who knew Medgar, it really came home to him just how much difference was made between the races and the things that would happen. He witnessed a lynching when he was only 12. And he said when he asked his father, why would they do that to him? His father said, that's what they do. And so Medgar said, I'm sure he was a little bit angry, frustrated, he was hurt. So getting away from it, getting away from Mississippi, Medgar enlisted into the army when he was only 16. And he served in World War II. And he talked about, as he traveled about, he said, defending America, it didn't matter about the color of his skin until he came back home to Mississippi. And on his 21st birthday, he tried to register to vote. He and his brother Charles, who was also a veteran, and other veterans. He said these group of white men turned them around with shotguns, ran them off with shotguns. And Medgar said, we ran. We did not go up against those men. But it made Medgar get serious. And that's when he got back he finished his other 2 years of high school at Alcorn. It was Alcorn College then, now Alcorn University. And he enrolled in college, majoring in business administration. After Medgar graduated from Alcorn and moved to Mount Bayou, Mississippi. And he was up in Mount Bayou at that time was an all-Black town. It was founded by Blacks and it was run by Blacks. And this young man named T.R.M. Howard lived in Mount Bayou, who was a Black man who was rich. And he had this insurance company. So he gave Medgar his first job of selling insurance for him. And Medgar said he started out in the little town of Clarksdale, Mississippi, selling insurance. And then he ventured out onto the plantations. And that's where he was selling people, trying to sell insurance out there. And Medgar began to look at some of the conditions under which these people were living. And also, he talked about Black people not even knowing what insurance was. And so, as he was talking to them and watching their conditions, looking at their conditions and looking at the reactions that he was getting when he talked about human rights, civil rights, the NAACP, registering, getting registered to vote, that kind of thing. And people would begin to tell Medgar these stories, which were true, what was happening to people in the area. In fact, in many places, there were no schools for Blacks. And if you tried to register to vote, what would happen to you, what had happened to others, and what could happen to you. So Medgar was telling them that, but that's your right. And so once they would not allow Medgar back onto their properties, when the word got out what he was doing, he started he initiated several boycotts up there. Blacks could buy the gas, but you couldn't use the bathroom. The prices in the grocery stores on many occasions would go up when Blacks went in, and a lot of times they said you had to stand in line until the whites were served. And so Medgar was saying, don't buy the groceries, don't buy the gas. We'll go somewhere where you're treated a little better. And these things were beginning to work because of Medgar Evers. Before Medgar, Mississippi had not had an NAACP secretary, and his job was to come in and organize 82 counties in the state of Mississippi, getting people registered to vote, taking complaints, that kind of thing, and just checking what was going on. And I believe he was selected by the national NAACP office to do that after he tried to get into Old University of Mississippi, which, as I said earlier, is now Ole Miss. And when they denied him admission, this is when the national NAACP asked him to become field secretary. So to do that, he had to come into Jackson. Maybe at first they didn't take Medgar too serious. It was only after he came into Jackson and really began to get things flowing, so to speak, and then got involved with the student movement. You had the Freedom Riders and all of that who came in. And I think that's when Medgar, people really began to see this man is shaking things up. He will not give up. When he challenged WLBT to make a speech, Blacks couldn't speak. You couldn't speak on I hadn't heard Medgar Evers' voice. I heard it only when I went away to college. And so he was not on television and he was not on radio. So I think this is when people began to see they were not going to turn people around. People, I call them the grassroots people, the foot soldiers began to get involved. Women, children began to get involved. And I think this is when they saw this man is really shaking things up.
Don't shop for anything on Capitol Street. Let's let the merchants down on Capitol Street feel the economic pinch. Let me say this to you. I had one merchant to call me, and he said, I want you to know that I've talked to my national office today, and they want me to tell you that we don't need nigger business. These are stores that help to support the White Citizens Council, the council that is dedicated to keeping you and I second-class citizens. Now, finally, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be demonstrating here until freedom comes to Negroes here in Jackson, Mississippi.
This is where Medgar and his family came to live in 1955. And it was historic in itself in that Medgar and his family came into this neighborhood after he became field secretary. This was a neighborhood that was it was a subdivision that was being developed by two young Black World War II veterans. This had never happened before in Jackson, Mississippi, probably in the state of Mississippi. But these two veterans was developing a one-street subdivision. And they were constructing homes for what they call professional, middle-class professional Blacks. You had your lawyers, your doctors, your teachers, business owners living on this one street subdivision. And then they were going to place this subdivision in between two white subdivisions. It was kind of like a trial thing. And this is where MAGA came. He selected this particular lot because it was a house on the left and it was one on the right. And MAGA knew what was happening and or what could happen. He knew the things that were happening to the family, the threats that were being made, those kinds of things. So he came in changing his house plans. For instance, he didn't want a front door. So this is basically the only house in the area that does not have a front door. And he asked that because he said he wanted his main entrance through the carport. And he was going to teach his family that when they come into the driveway, they were always going to exit the car on the passenger side. That way they could use the wall in the car as a means of protection. The windows on the east wall are higher than other windows, higher than houses that look like this on this street. The first year of the house, they were here. Someone shot through this window, the living room window. And so that's when Mrs. Evers said, MAGA said, put the kids on the floor so they would be lower than the windows, the beds would be. The second time it was shot in through was through their bedroom window. So this is when they all got on the floor. And so she talked about sometimes she would sleep with a gun and MAGA with a pistol if he was here, vice versa. But she, as I said, she was protecting her kids just as MAGA was. You know, MAGA knew his life. He knew people was following him. That's why he took all of these precautions. He talked about, in meetings, he talked about when he would get a car, he had this mechanic friend, he would take it to him and have it souped up, so to speak, to outrun the people who would, chase him, these kinds of things. So that's why, sometimes I think you have a calling and you cannot let go. And I believe that's the way it was with MAGA. That's what he would talk about.
I've had a number of threatening calls, people calling me saying that they were going to kill me, saying that they were going to blow my home up, and saying that I only had a few hours to live.
15 minutes past midnight, Evers got out of his car beside his home in a Negro residential area. In a vacant lot about 40 yards away, a sniper fired a single shot from a high-powered rifle at Evers' silhouette. The bullet hit him in the back, crashed through his body, through a window into the house.
Mrs. Evers talked about she and her kids, in the back of the house, and hearing MAGA drive up and not coming into the house. And then she heard the shots. And she said, my kids began crawling across the floor to go to the bathroom because they had told MAGA, should something happen, the safest place in the house is the bathtub. She said, so that's where they were headed until she heard a thump, like someone threw something on the house, and it made her break for the door. And she said when she opened the door, MAGA was staggering, coming around her car, trying to get to this door. And she said she heard a couple of more shots, and she thought they still were shooting at her. But the other two shots she heard was Mr. Wells next door. Mr. Wells said, I wasn't aiming at anybody in particular. He said, I was just hoping to run whoever it was away. But he and another friend came to MAGA's rescue, so to speak. And Mrs. Evers said, MAGA was lying face down with his keys in his right hand. She said, I thought he was dead, but he wasn't. He was saying something, but we couldn't understand him. But they brought him inside the house and took a mattress off of the daughter's bed and put him on that mattress to transport to the hospital.
In Jackson, Mississippi, in 1963, there lived a man who was great. He fought for freedom all of his life, but they laid Medgar Evers in his grave.
Following his death, the movement kind of seemed like it died a little bit. But anyway, they had his funeral here over at the Masonic Temple, and after that, he was buried in Arlington National Cemetery. After a period of time, no one was in the house, and it had gotten in bad shape. So Tougaloo College asked her to let us have it, and she did. There are other exhibits about MAGA in other museums, but we knew we wanted to do something with the house. We may not have known exactly what we were going to do. At first, we just opened, people wanted to come and see where Medgar Evers and his family lived. We just opened the door and let people flow in and flow out. And it got to the point where we said, well, we got to say something about Medgar. There are people right here in Mississippi who is my age or older who don't really know who Medgar Evers was. And so that's what I want people to know. I want people to know who Medgar Evers was. I want people to know what a great difference he made in Mississippi. And as I said, I learned later, not only in Mississippi, but throughout the world. One of the things he said is, I like Mississippi. This is home. I like fishing here. I like hunting. And Mississippi is a wonderful place to grow up. He said, why should I leave? He said, I love Mississippi. Then when you look at it like this, had Medgar left Mississippi, what about all of the other people? Everybody could not leave Mississippi or would not leave Mississippi. Why shouldn't you? As he would put it, you have the same rights to anybody else born here. So why should you have to run away to some unknown city or state to get a decent education, to make a living for your family, to get a decent job, and to be able to support your family, to have a nice home? Why should you have to do that? And so Medgar Evers decided to stay right here in Mississippi. And thank God he did.
All right, that's what I have for y'all, Medgar Evers.
Don't shop for anything on Capitol Street. Let's let the merchants down on Capitol Street feel the economic pinch. Let me say this to you. I had one merchant to call me, and he said, I want you to know that I've talked to my national office today, and they want me to tell you that we don't need nigger business. These are stores that help to support the White Citizens Council, the council that is dedicated to keeping you and I second-class citizens. Now, finally, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be demonstrating here until freedom comes to Negroes here in Jackson, Mississippi.
15 minutes past midnight, Evers got out of his car beside his home in a Negro residential area. In a vacant lot about 40 yards away, a sniper fired a single shot from a high-powered rifle at Evers' silhouette. The bullet hit him in the back, crashed through his body, through a window into the house. He died within an hour at a Jackson hospital. City detectives believe the fatal shot was fired from this sweet gum tree. They have found a rifle in the bushes which they think is the murder weapon. They say they also have other clues.
As a child, I remember vividly my mother talking about Medgar Evers. And she would always tell us it's extremely important that you know who this person was, that you know what he did. And she was always dismayed that nobody had really written about him, or he had really gotten the kind of respect that she thought he deserved. Unlike Martin Luther King Jr. and Malcolm X and others, that she didn't feel that he really got that kind of recognition. He was born, of course, in Decatur, Mississippi, but it's very important to understand the significance of his family, his mother and father in particular, because they were teaching him that it was his responsibility to not only care for the community at large, but his responsibility to the larger community. And so he grew up with this kind of attitude. His father, James Evers, was very much protective of the family, a person who talked about the importance of manhood and their responsibilities as men. And so he grew up with that. His mother as well taught them the brotherhood of all men, and it's particular with him that their responsibilities also. And so he grew up with these kinds of ideas. It's important to note that his childhood too, he was oftentimes faced with brutal racism in terms of individuals who he knew who had been lynched and what that meant for him. And so the childhood for him was a growing experience. But out of that came this idea that you have a personal responsibility, and that's what's important. In the 1950s and 1960s, Mississippi was very oppressive and violent in terms of African Americans and their position and status in the society at large. We're talking about second-class citizenship. We're talking about individuals who denied opportunities to vote, denied opportunities for equal access to education, denied opportunities to participate fully within the society. So it was oppressive, to say the least. But most important to that, for understanding the kind of environment, is that it was a very violent time. And so individuals who decided they wanted to register to vote, and at times could be killed or beaten at a moment's notice. And this was not just connected to the right to vote. Any person who exhibited any kind of attempt at demonstrating their manhood or womanhood was subjected to either lynchings or beatings or brutality, those kinds of things. So that was the environment in which individuals were acting upon. That becomes important for understanding not only what Medgar Evers was doing, but also for those individuals who were also activists along with him as well, because you're acting against a society that in many instances will kill you. And that's the kind of environment that we were talking about. Individuals also would lose their jobs, if they were identified as individuals who was trying to change the system. They may have loans that would be suddenly called due. So these are the kinds of things that would go on. Their employers would be notified of their participation, those kinds of things. So it's really kind of an oppressive environment in the 1950s and 1960s when Evers is operating. He decided in 1953, while he was at a regional council Negro leadership meeting in which they were calling for volunteers to desegregate the law school at the University of Mississippi. And he decided then that he would volunteer to do that in 53 and actually put forth his application in 1954. The importance of this is Evers believed that African Americans should have an opportunity, just like everybody else, not only to go to school, but also to participate in all aspects of the society in which they lived. Now, he put his application in January of 1954. It would go through the process, but in the end, of course, he'd be denied on the technicality in which they would say that he hadn't got the proper support from where he had lived originally. And so he would be denied, even though they said that we would open it up again for consideration, nothing ever came of it. The important part of that, however, is the NAACP was paying very close attention to his application at that point as well, because this is a period in which the NAACP is really focused upon trying to integrate institutions on the professional or the graduate level. And so once he was denied, they actually offered the NAACP field secretary position to him. And so the NAACP became this vehicle for which he then could express himself fully. The NAACP field secretary was responsible for organizing NAACP chapters, was responsible for investigating all instances of brutality and wrongdoing throughout the state. The field secretary also was responsible for making reports of any kind of problems and issues and sending that to the national office in New York for publication as well. And so the field secretary position was not just something that was localized in the office, but more so, they went all out of state, speaking to groups of individuals, encouraging individuals to register to vote, encouraging lawsuits, filing affidavits, showing individuals how to register, and organizing. And so the field secretary's responsibility was immense and massive, and it covered the entire state. Definitely for Medgar Evers, one of the more significant ones happened with the 1955 lynching of 14-year-old Emmett Lewis Till, in which his responsibility at that time was to investigate what had happened, to try to seek out witnesses, and then try to get justice for the Till family. And it was many instances of that. That was something that really kind of bothered him also, because we have a 14-year-old child who was brutally murdered. And these kind of things replicated themselves as well. In 1955, you had several murders in George Lee in Belzoni, Mississippi, Mr. Lamar Smith in Brookhaven, Mississippi. And again, Evers was responsible for investigating those and then trying to get justice. And so with that, you have to go in and oftentimes in disguise to try to figure out what had happened, to try to speak to individuals who may have witnessed it, get a sense of what had going on, and then try to fill out affidavits and things of that nature. And most importantly, to get the word out to the NAACP headquarters in New York, so they also could publicize what was going on. And so these were some of the more prominent things that Evers were involved in. I think it's important to understand when we're talking about Medgar Evers and civil rights activism that every day that the individuals get up and leave the house, this is the mentality that we have to think of today, that they understood full well that they may not come back home again. And when they leave their families and kiss them in the morning, that may be the last time that they see them. But yet they still do it day in and day out. And for the field secretary, that's something that he's constantly in that kind of fire, that kind of environment. It will become much more difficult for Evers after he gives his national or this televised address in 1963, because prior to that, he has to go in many instances undercover. If you're dealing with sharecroppers, you have to go in dressed as a sharecropper. You have to go in the middle of the night where you can talk to people where they can't be seen by whites in the area. And so it's very, very difficult. After he gives his televised address, then pretty much everybody knows what he looks like. So it makes it a little bit more difficult to go incognito or undercover in that respect. So it was always difficult and it was always trying, but Evers understood that going in. And he would often talk about the fact that even if he was killed in the process, that would be worth it if it changed the way things were. And that's the kind of mentality of the person that we're talking about here. And so when you start looking at the environment, when you start looking at what people are faced with, as field secretary, your job is to go in the heart of all of that. And then on top of that, you're being monitored by organizations, whether it's the White Citizens Council or the Mississippi State Sovereignty Commission. They're also keeping an eye on everything that you're doing, everything that you're saying as much as they can. And then they have these immense files that they keep on you also. The assassination occurred during the early morning hours of June 12th. This is June 11th, of course, Kennedy had gave his presidential address dealing with civil rights issues, and Evers had been watching that. He gets home a little after 12, after leaving a meeting, NAACP meeting as well. And so he gets home a little after 12, he gets out of his car, and he decides what he's going to bring in, and he decides that he's going to bring in the house some T-shirts with the words "Jim Crow must go," printed across them, that the NAACP had earlier. And as he gets out of his car, he's shot in the back. And his family, of course, is awake because they're waiting on him to get home. And they hear him pull up. And then they also hear the shot. And when he's hit with the bullet, I mean, and this is a devastating shot, but he's strong enough to, when his wife opens the door, she sees that he's crawled pretty much, and it happens right on his side of the carport. He's crawled pretty much to the door as if he's trying to come home, as she remembers. And then, of course, the neighbors hear the shots that are going on, and people come out, and they see him in this state, including his wife and children. And so this is a very emotional time because people understand now the severity of what had just happened. Here's an individual who had done nothing but work toward the advancement of African Americans and to bring justice to the state. And then he's shot in the back this way. And so it also kind of rejuvenates the movement too, his assassination, as people now come together to try to bring about positive changes to all this. But the assassination is what really, I guess, kind of places this really kind of into focus in terms of the severity of what is going on here.
Yeah. All right, y'all. So that's what I have on Medgar Evers. This is the killer. Lady Chen was asking earlier about the killer. So on June 21st, 1963, Brian De La Beckwith, sound like a Latino, a member of the White Citizens Council, was arrested for the murder of Medgar Evers. The subsequent trials resulted in 2 hung juries. Following the allowance of the new evidence, Beckwith was tried again in 1994. he was convicted.
There was a sense of, I guess when I say bittersweet, I mean that people are happy that, or at least relieved now that that part of it was closed and that the individual who had actually murdered Medgar Evers had been found guilty. But at the same time, you understand that this person had lived his life, a long life. He was an old man by the time he was convicted. And so he had the opportunity to see his family, he had opportunities to enjoy himself, and those kinds of things that were denied Evers. And so when I say bittersweet, that's what I mean. You have this kind of closure part. The person is found guilty, but then the person that had did the most to try to change society for the best, his life had been cut short, and his family had been denied that. But more importantly, the state and the nation had been denied what he could have done with the rest of his life. And so you had those kind of ways to it. But overall, people are quite happy that justice had finally been served, at least that point. What I really wanted to do with the book was to not only talk about the life of Medgar Evers, but to situate him in the larger civil rights discussion. I wanted to understand who he was and understand how he did the kind of work he did, because I didn't want to just tell the story of an individual. I want to tell the story of a man and what civil rights struggle actually meant on a personal, familial, professional level as well. I think his impact is he really demonstrated the humanity and the humanness of civil rights struggle and the humanness of what it means to be a person living in society at whatever time and space you're in, and what your responsibilities and roles are. And so I think by looking at the life of Medgar Evers, you really see that in great and vivid detail, even though he was an individual who was very much low-key. What he did spoke volumes, and people are still hearing that message.
Yeah. So R.I.P. to Medgar Evers, but not forgotten. What are your thoughts on Medgar Evers, Lady Chair?
And it's kind of a sad little story.
Yeah.
Very sad that they took forever to convict that dude.
Mm-hmm.
They finally got it done.
Yeah.
And that's why, like, the vote should be, like, appreciated, you know what I mean? Instead of, like, how they pandered it
Mm-hmm.
and prostituted it, you know what I mean?
Oh, damn, I found the original cue I was going to use. Oh, well. All right, thank y'all for staying up late with us. I got one more video to play, and that is of the Juneteenth celebration that me and Lady Chair attended earlier. So without further ado, Juneteenth Music Festival for Father's Day.
You about to go see what's cracking? Twin, how you doing? Got me and Lady Tay out here. In the power chair. Let me show you this gentrification. You know, see a bunch of crackers. It used to be an all-black neighborhood, and now it's cracker on.
Look at this shit. Clean it down screen on. Shit, there's two sisters right there, but outside of that, down below crying. Yeah, people starting to come. Other people are leaving. That's what that shit was. That's not work, though. How was it? How was the Juneteenth? Okay. Still in the wheelchair. Oh, it's pouring rain. It's not too bad here. It done cooled off. What about G's? Happy Father's Day, happy Juneteenth. This motherfucker's playing baseball, cuz. Whole baseball game going. Feel bad. It's to my allergies. That's when the time of year the months kick in. Happy Father's Day to you, bro. Happy Juneteenth. You know we gotta holler at more better greens. They got a whole baseball game going. Yeah, y'all might have a hurricane sometime this month. So it's really gonna be pouring rain. My Bryce is that's good. Oh, well, somebody got a damn bike in the way. I'm up here flying through here. Come on. What's up? Happy Father's Day. Happy Juneteenth to you, black man. Thank you. Oh, shit. I used to work with you down there, Ready Dog. How you been?
What's up, Bubba? What you doing?
We just checking it out. See what's cracking for the last hour. What up, OG? Happy Juneteenth to you. Happy Father's Day. Happy Juneteenth. Happy Father's Day. This is one of the stages. This is the first stage. How you doing the massages? Happy Juneteenth, happy Father's Day. You too. Okay. Can we just drive in the street or what? It looks like you can drive in the street, man. Hey, what's this foot on this van? He on the phone.
You as well. I'll send you a voicemail. Voice message. Thank you too.
Yeah. Happy Father's Day, Black man.
Oh, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Look.
Happy Juneteenth. Pogolo. I do not own the rights to none of this music. Copyright disclaimer on the Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use. Commentary, research, news reporting, criticism, and comment.
Gentlemen to the right, ladies to the left. I identify as female.
Oh, hell no. How y'all doing?
Happy Father's Day to y'all. If y'all fathers, you know what I'm saying? No worries. Sir. Baker Street. Come on, Trey, cuz you know you can't bring that. Oh, I see. It's freaking wrong. Happy Father's Day. What's up? Hey, you're not with me today. Oh, come on.
How was it?
Hot.
Oh, what is that? Yeah. I think this line is for the fold. You got the wrong flag out, girl. This is what I'm talking about. Like, that ain't even our flag. My goodness. Oh, you already outside. I'll come through with a wheelchair. What up, OGs? Happy Juneteenth, happy Father's Day to you. Happy Juneteenth to you, happy Father's Day. Black Medgar. That's good. Bring it out here. What about that? Yeah, that show the last one. Okay. Excuse me.
Get the fuck away from here then.
What up, DJ?
What's good with it?
Good, I'm ready out.
Keeping it simple. What's good? Man, I'm just creeping through the hood.
Yeah.
Nigga's Father's Day. I'm by myself.
Bro. EMT's out. Got some shit over here. What up, Daniel? Salute, Max 25. What's it, you? It's like how I remember. It's just one half. side of it. On the other side. Trying to get through, so this one is kind of fast. They got one of those ones. Oh, man, I don't know if you had flags though. Javier. Hey, how y'all doing? Happy Juneteenth, happy Father's Day to you, huh? Let's mark that.
You take a couple puffs, I'm about to walk away with my kids.
Yeah, how they doing? Yeah, grown up, hey, y'all don't remember me, but.
No, you didn't make these. These are a whole new set of kids.
Damn, how many kids you got now?
7.
Where at?
I want to see it. I'm going to say it's good.
All right, I just moved back to the hood. Just moved back right down the street. I've been in Park Hill. I've been in Park Hill for 5 years.
I'm trying to get housing in Park Hill. I got housing on the
See, apply for Block 38. They just opened up.
right there across the street from the police station. Right?
Yep. Yeah, that'd be a spot right there.
Might be nightly drive-by.
If you
put too many of us in one spot, you already know.
Yeah.
The niggas will start hunting.
I see some YGs over there. I just moved the elder over there yesterday.
You know, my mom and my dad got it.
Damn, I'm sorry.
So I go, I'm a granddaddy now. Little Hob got a baby.
What?
She got an ass. Good to see you, man.
You too. Have you checked the shows out yet? Hey, sis, you ready to go up?
Long time, man. How you doing?
All right. Here.
So this is the brother I was sitting beside Monday.
Yeah, at the lobby. Yeah.
Take
care. You too, huh? This is my lady, my wife, friend.
I love this man. You take care of this man. Take care of this woman.
Yes, sir. Yes.
You was there though? Okay.
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
Well, you didn't tell me it was Jesse though. If you told me it was Jesse, I'd have been like, for real?
Yeah, it was me.
Yeah, I she didn't tell me, you know, because I was explaining to her different people that were there. Yeah.
I'm trying to tell him I know everybody and everybody knows me.
Yeah, right.
You gotta know their first name.
Right. Did I just get here too?
Nah, my daughter was in the
Here,
parade,
left,
so
come back.
I've been here since it started.
That was the parade, all Democratic up.
Look, Elbow, he said, was it Democrated out?
Was it one?
Was it a whole bunch of Democrats?
You know what? I did see David Seligman. He's running for Attorney General. I did see him. And then
You see the usual suspects like the Hickenlooper, Johnson,
I saw the police chief.
You ain't gonna see them up there. They gonna send their representatives.
He's a very approachable guy.
Did you see Daryl Watson?
They gonna send their
He's the
representatives.
counselor for the district.
Nah, I didn't see him. At least I didn't recognize him. And then,
They don't kind of black events. They're supposed to represent us.
No, they gonna send their representatives.
yeah. You know they
I saw this video and it was like, You know, a real protest would be take that shit to the governor's front yard.
Right.
And do that shit and go and take it to their King Supers and their Starbucks and make their life fucking miserable.
Yeah, right.
I was like, that's an idea. I like that.
It's all a start, you know. It's all a start.
Father's Day, happy Juneteenth to you.
Yeah, man.
But yeah, you're right. You gotta really, it's about getting in their face. That's really the only thing that works.
Yeah.
Make them have a little bit of fear. But those two people, that husband and wife, representative in Minnesota, just got killed.
Yeah.
And the other husband and wife shot. Yeah, so getting close to him is about to be a threat.
Yeah,
it has to be, man. It has to be.
But what I mean is they're gonna be like, don't stand so close to me.
Yeah, give me wrong. You the only one that came out?
No, I'm here.
You? Where Norm at?
I don't know. This is me.
Yeah.
So, but I'm here.
Hey, did y'all have to meet here?
No, they canceled this month. Next month. Okay. Yeah. How you doing?
It's gonna be in person or online?
No, it's gonna be online.
Okay. Yeah. Y'all been all right? Just moved back to the hood. I told y'all to meet you.
Yeah, I remember. I'm glad to always see you.
Yeah.
Keeping it. Good to see you.
Nice motherfucker, right? I see RBG, Pan Africanist. It's awesome, bro. OG, happy Father's Day to you, cuz.
Love. How you
doing? Good to see you. I'm back in the hood.
You as well.
Yeah. It's my lady, brought my lady out.
Hey, how you doing, man? Be safe as always.
Oh, yeah, we're going to see it. You know, we can't have a repeat of 99 trade.
No.
This is the only day we got, because this shit used to see a whole week.
A whole week. They get this one day.
Yeah.
Hey, the message, they blocking off federal. They get the whole convention center and everything so they can party.
That's the bullshit. I got trash. We only get one.
Yeah. It's still in the hood, though.
Yeah.
Feel me?
What up, y'all? Happy Father's Day. Happy Juneteenth to you.
You too, my brother.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah, baby shower. Jesus. Like 7 feet tall, cuz. Hold on. You see it there, good. That's all part. What up, Mark? What's up, man? Happy Juneteenth, happy Father's Day to you. See, we came through to see what was cracking, so we only get one day this year. I remember when it was a whole week. Yeah. They got 3 days to sick on their mind. We only get 1 day for Juneteenth. And they get Friday day, whatever they want. We got to reclaim this month, too. Just like we have to reclaim Black August with the Montgomery. They don't want to repeat of that. We can show we got Black people out here in Denver, because every time you hear about Denver, y'all missing all the Black people. That's all.
Well, I mean, all that stuff could be coming back if we don't get on it.
Yeah, we got it. Bring it back to its heyday.
Set the clock back.
Shit, I don't know. He might cut the check for reparations.
I doubt it, but we'll see. I mean,
he just pardoned. No, he just commuted Larry Hoover's.
That was a
Okay, that shit is. He charged him with federal crime. He got to do something like 300 years in state crime.
Yeah.
So after they take him out the jail,
You don't think Pritzker committed a sentence? You don't think the current governor of Illinois would commit a sentence?
They might. I mean, and that's what they're working on now to go back to Illinois because they can give him that sentence or they can let him out. And so Illinois has got a better chance of his people there saying, and then been in prison all these years. Actually, they locked him up when he went from being a gangster disciple and to try to get jobs and political shit. Then all of a sudden he locked up. But, you know, we know how it goes.
Yeah. Juvenile's over here. I heard Juvenile was performing.
You gonna be on that screen?
That's fine.
Okay.
They
copy on now. It's over at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, that's what they said. All right, baby, we want to go this way. This is my wife. I brought her out.
Hello, man.
It's packed, baby. It is packed. Let's just go. Happy Father's Day to you, Juneteenth. Happy Juneteenth, happy Father's Day to you, Black man. Yes, sir. I'm back in the hood.
Oh, where you at?
Yeah, right here at the Legacy.
You're good.
Yeah. You performing? Oh shit, that is So this is Juvenile stage. So we have to go this way if we want to see Juvenile. Happy Juneteenth, happy Father's Day to you. Then we come through with a wheelchair. What up, Black family? What up, Juneteenth? Happy Juneteenth to you. Happy Father's Day to you. So kind of like ends here because it's the juvenile stage. So. It's the juvenile stage. Yeah, we did. So shout out to they have to try to say happy Juneteenth. Thank you. Yes, sir. Like the cougars, I guess.
You're looking good. Glad you recovered. Yeah, I can tell you all over my head. Red Supreme. You be missing me everywhere. Oh, I be everywhere too. It depends on what game I'm on.
I got no real
I had to stop at the Colorado Democrats.
Oh, they
gone. I think I ran them out of town.
Right earlier.
Yeah, I know. I was at home. I've been resting. I've been looking at, I've been actually, there's some Blacks on now, but I don't get to know the people. Like, and then
He's talking about ICE, anti-ICE protest. He was the one telling us to get that jabby jab. And the whole song talk back to that thing up.
CCD has the campus science bachelor's program, so that's bad. I just gotta, if I can get it, I need some help with that science part, but I'll get there. Yeah. And see if I can get somebody
Get it from my mom.
Real quick, please. Excuse me. What it was, they tried to walk back to the at the ramp, like around the exposition. They tried to, and the police stopped them from going. They head back that way. But they like that place. Oh, they don't still talk. My movie is coming. We finished it. I got one.
I got 7 a.m.
I got all 3 of them. I got 7 a.m. Gentrified and Raceful.
I got Raceful.
And I'm gonna get that one as soon as he starts shipping out. So I contributed to the crowd. And then actually you can look at Raceful the whole movie. I just watched it.
That's good because I had got it when it first came out.
Yeah, I got them. I got the hit song series. I got
happy Juneteenth. Happy Father's Day to you. DJ, this is Juvenile Stage. Hey! East Coast, I'm like, nigga, you don't even like you now. You right.
I know.
I didn't like his shit either, but I'm fresh. When this came out. Nah, when in the club, I'm fresh. I was like that. What up, OJ? Happy Father's Day.
One that don't give a fuck. And says she's
That is a dude. You seen that suit? Oh shit. Platinum News.
They gotta perform this. Yeah, so FBAs, right? Oh, just that's what the score Happy Father's Day to you. So we back in the house. Hey, Lydia, I thought y'all with you. Oh my God. How you doing, lady? You should move that out the way. It's right here. Baby, come on.
What's your Norm? That's the man of the hour, y'all. Norm Harris. Happy Juneteenth. You too. Happy Father's Day. Happy Juneteenth. What? We gotta do better though. 1 day, the Latinos get 3 days. We get 1 day. Familiar faces. Remind me of old times.
Father's Day. Happy Juneteenth. Hey, how you doing? Team up. YouTube. Let's stop this up. Y'all with this brand. What up, sir? We out on Juneteenth. It's the only day we get this year. Contend with us. We got a good view of it too. At least till 8. It is in 20 minutes.
You see how many people out here? We ain't going nowhere. We stepped into the shit here. You're not gonna be able to drive through all of this shit. Look at all these people out here. This shit ain't even moving. I'm forward where? That's why we just focus right here, baby. You're not going to drive to this shit, man. You don't get stuck. I'm about to go get you. You need to get closer. Want to get closer to the stage? They want to turn around to me. Coming through with a whole wheelchair. Happy Father's Day, so we coming through with a whole wheelchair. Coming through with a whole wheelchair. Excuse me, we coming through with a whole wheelchair. Hey, how you doing, star? Yeah, 2028. Jessica President 2028. What's up with you, Black man? Happy Father's Day to you. She's out here with me and my wife. She brought an Omar out here. Remember when you brought Omar out here? Yeah, my race back.
I seen that too. I haven't talked to him. Have you seen him since he's been back?
Yeah, I seen him. No, talked to him on the phone. He in the bellows now.
I was in his same house, probably.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm back in the hood. I just moved back.
Oh, where you at?
In Park Hill.
Okay, no, that's a check with the other half.
No problem. That's my wife's friend.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, how are you, sis? Good, how are you? Good. I know, right? Same to you. Same to you. And I'm sorry. What is yours? Randy. Got it. All right with the farm grip. Come through. All right, y'all. I will see y'all later. All right.
You too. Shit, that's back this way. Don't turn around. We got them coming through with a wheelchair. Coming through with a wheelchair. Coming through with a wheelchair. What up, y'all? Happy Juneteenth, happy Father's Day. We coming through with this wheelchair, though. Excuse us, we coming through with a wheelchair. Come on, man. Happy Father's Day. Happy Juneteenth.
My other friend, they love.
Excuse me, we coming through with a whole wheelchair. Excuse me, y'all look nice. Happy Juneteenth. Thank you. Excuse me, we coming through with a whole wheelchair. Hey, how you doing, Mama? Happy Juneteenth too. No Father's Day. Yeah. Happy Juneteenth. Hey, how y'all doing? Did y'all have a good one? We only got one day this year. I remember when it was a whole week. Yeah, they don't want to support us. That's because we won't support us. We had the opportunity to have anything we wanted with that Park Hill golf course. Instead, they made it a park for them. Not for us, for them. And they put the murals up. We don't even live here like that no more. Yeah, Wellington and the most recent Hancock, him too. Because it's easier to travel. Trust facts. Juvenile just in the we caught up with Denise. It's packed. Even getting out this month.
First of all, you guys
Yeah.
like it's the worst shit ever. I'm fucking gonna get out this thing.
Yeah, that part.
She didn't really think about it.
I think you got barely enough room. It's to the vendors. Then we got to turn around. Yeah.
Just keep me over there in the corner.
Happy Juneteenth, happy Father's Day too. Yeah, I got this vendors. I think I know who this is. It's sitting down. Happy Father's Day, happy Juneteenth to you. Yeah, good stuff. I'm waiting on Lady Shay to catch up. Good stuff. Goddamn bullet. Damn, that was quick. Alright, enjoy. It's the only day we get. That's a damn shame. They got 3 days. We only get one.
That's why we gotta make it count.
They're taking a whole family picture down. Right there with a whole wheelchair. What is? Happy Father's Day, Black man. Happy Father's Day, happy Juneteenth to you. What up, OG? What up with your OG? Alright. I got me and my wife out here. We only get 1 day this year. We had a whole week when I was coming up. Got like the tail end of it. best way to get around. Damn. Look at that. Happy Father's Day, happy Juneteenth. Hey, happy Juneteenth, happy Father's Day to me. Still around in the house. What up, OGs? We're back in the building. They only get one day this year, guys. When I was coming up, it was a whole week.
Moving around.
Yeah, we gotta move too. Good coming through with a whole wheelchair.
How are you?
Orion. Hey, how you doing? Happy Juneteenth to you. Oh, that's you. You got the whole book series. Yeah, that's what's up.
Yep. Gotta get some books in it. We gotta get some books.
Yeah, it's going on AI now.
Yeah, that's what I said. I got it there.
This must be like 7 feet tall. Excuse us for coming through with a whole wheelchair. OG, happy Father's Day, happy All right, y'all. So that's the Juneteenth music festival here in Denver, Colorado.
It was fun, kind of. It was fun. I think it would have been alright. You guys saw a lot of people. There wasn't that many white faces, but there were white faces there. There wasn't that many Hispanic people, but there were Hispanic people there. But it wasn't like the last time. Because I kind of went on this little boycott. I wasn't going to go no more. And we talked to our sister B, and I was like, man, she want to go. I was like, shit.
Yeah.
When she said she wasn't going, then the enthusiasm went out my balloon, and I didn't want to go either. I didn't want to go because I didn't want to go because I felt like the protests were intentional and on purpose on our fucking weekend. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not only did they only have us for one day. I just think that, like, I mean, I was talking to our sister tonight, or earlier yesterday, and I was like, this feels really anti-Black and the most racist, because, I mean, they even had that motherfucking stupid ass King's Day protest where all whites showed up. They had the motherfucking immigrant protest, and that's been going on for a minute. They can have all this shit going on. They can have Juneteenth. They can have Cinco de Mayo. Pride is a whole goddamn month. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It just seemed like the most anti-Black racist shit ever. And I was just so mad. I was disgusted really. Because I felt like and it's not even the weekend for it, really. You know what I mean? It's not the 19th and I thought Father's Day was on the 21st. You know what I mean? And now it's all clustered into the middle of the month like that. And on one day, it's like it's almost like a cheat, like a cheat to Black fathers and a cheat to Black people. Period. We feel cheated. I felt cheated. You know what I mean? I can understand like the men probably feel cheated too. That now okay, so you gotta like stuff all of Juneteenth in all in one day, and then still manage to make time, go to a barbecue, spend some time with the family, kick it with the boys. You got a lot to do in one day. I felt like they just stuffed it. Like, yeah, there's a lot of Black people out late. It's good. And as far as we know, nothing bad happened. So, which is amazing. Like we were leaving, shit was still peaceful. People were leaving calmly. Everything was calm. Like when we got there, it was already 6:00, and nobody was acting rowdy or out of pocket. I mean, shit was just like going smoothly. I thought. So I felt like we had to go because 95 fucking degrees outside. That'll make anybody cranky. And I have like I don't know. I just felt like we shouldn't go outside that hot because I've been in my hot ass house, and now it could get to stroke level hot. 95 degrees, like it might not be a lot, but it's dry heat here. It's dry heat here. You know what I mean? So I've been suffering like this is like the second year I've had migraines due to the heat. And so when I left the crib, when you left my house, I couldn't find my truly dark sunglasses. And so I was really concerned about that because I was trying to fight it off all day. Like I don't want to have a migraine. You know what I mean? Like I've been having migraines for the last 2 weeks straight, and no amount of medicine is really helping. Like nothing's really helping. Like it's so bad where you can't even lift your head. You dig? Yeah, the migraine is so bad that you can't even lift your head. And then like my whole left arm and hand have been just like completely numb. And so like doctor told me I had to calm down, but I was like, I'm not even getting upset about nothing really. I'm upset, but I'm not really upset. You dig? So I just didn't want to. I felt like for my own well-being, I felt like we would do better if we was waited a couple of hours until it cooled down a little bit. Cooling down a little bit. You know what I mean? And it'll be all right. Shit, 2 hours out there was plenty of time. To get like plenty of time. It was nice and cool. The wind was blowing a little bit. There was a lot of people out there. I had a pretty decent time. Yeah, Jesse. Go ahead and shut your shit off. Don't go. Don't you gotta shut it off?
Yeah.
Can't tell everybody bye.
All right, y'all.
Sit up and do it. But you gotta shut the thing off.
Yeah. So good night. Thank y'all for tuning in to season 5, episode 12, part 2 of the Frontline Black News. Join us later for part 3. In the meantime, make sure you like and subscribe to all of our platforms.
Oh, it's city council. Just you go film it. You can't not film it.
Yeah. On Facebook,
YouTube,
Twitter, YouTube. All right, y'all. So appreciate y'all tapping in, staying up late with us. We'll see y'all later. Peace.